Welcome back to another episode of Baba Yaga's Dancing Hut, The Witch Hunters. It's been a little while, so let's go ahead and give you guys a recap. The last time you were here, you spoke with the Wizard of Time, Terig. He told you that he would buy you some time and that Baba Yaga was in the process of some sort of ritual. Something that actually uses a powerful artifact known as the Tesseract. It is supposedly able to command space and time. It's actually what the hut is made out of. This collapsible space, this dimensional unfolding net of rooms is created from this artifact. And he seems interested in what you guys will end up doing, whether it be interrupting this ritual or stopping it entirely. But he doesn't seem to be interfering, nor does he seem to be aiding you in stopping it. So he's very much on the wall, true neutral. But he did say he will buy you some time, and so you got sucked into an hourglass where you had to uh, decide what to do with your own copies of yourself. You had to figure a way out of the hourglass, in which it seemed the outside world had frozen in time. Once you finally broke out of the hourglass, the opposite was true, and now uh, every grain of sand is now stuck as if it's frozen in time inside the hourglass, and you guys are back in the motion of time outside. Then you dealt with Embers, or previously Embers, elemental companion, who is flown in there and became one with the Phoenix, which was there. You kind of defeated. What was her name? Oh yes, Agatha Gristlegums, the despicable hag that was trying to imprison the Phoenix. But the Phoenix then attacked you guys, and you had to kind of overcome it in a battle of wills, and eventually beseeching the spirits of Bromwell, who were the ones who actually died and were rekindled into that fire elemental, merging back together, becoming a new Phoenix, reborn as Emberborn, and now under the service of Elidus. So that happened. You then met back up with Lady Mora after you defeated the Night Hags, which was after you defeated the other hags. They've been basically on a killing spree of hags so far, dealing with the ones that have cursed Grizz, freeing him of those nightmarish hauntings, and you managed to defeat the alchemy hags and gain a set of ethereal potions, which allows you to then effectively walk in between realms. And you can see the rest of this exterior around you, but it's kind of a misty white smoke. And although everyone normally you'd be on this realm, you can't see anyone can't see you, but it's a slight kind of downgrade in that you do appear as a slight misty, incorporeal ghost almost. But which is what's happening right now. You guys, three of you, Dia, Eridanus, and Lady Mora, are all in this misty dimension, and the rest are following behind, going door to door. And it wasn't long after you met Lady Mora when you start to feel a tremble within the hut itself, a surge of energy and magic. And it's at this point you realize not all is well in the hut. Even the other denizens seem to be panicking and freaking out. Snurg said that the room he was mopping up, suddenly the floor panels flipped over and they saw a nothingness beyond, as if it was unfolding itself back into a void. You met up. Met up with Dust, who was the fairy in the fountain room, and even she said that something had disturbed the peace of her own chamber, and she was using her own will and emotion to sort of hold it back just in time for you guys to make a cross to the right past this kind of collapsing floor through the kitchens and back down into the astral hall, and with the sole purpose of trying to find Eleanor. This is what Lady Mora is adamant on doing now. Just whatever is happening to the hut, whatever she's planning on doing with her, Lady Mora just wants to find her and save her from whatever fate Baba Yaga has in store for her. So that kind of leads you to this moment where the three of you on the ethereal plane have stepped through into Baba Yaga's quarters themselves, the inner sanctum, where you feel as though perhaps all of these tiles and roofs are collapsing into. Almost feels like they're converging in on one place. And that's even confirmed by whoever's got the prismatic lens. That it's like a scouter that you can see magic with, and there seems to be this kind of flow and convergence of conjuration magic, transmutation. And it's all flooding towards this chamber, like it's being drawn in, like the hut is being absorbed back into its well original form, perhaps whatever that may be. Uh,
Does it seem like all of they're all converging on this place, or are they kind of going through it and something else is the center? Do you know what I mean? Like, are they is this the center of where all the energy is going?
it's hard to tell, but you can, if you're looking through the prismatic lens, see all the lines merging from room to room
Mm.
across the floors, walls, and ceiling. Everything in this place is magically generated from something, a source that Terry has described. And if that's the source, the very heart of it, if it was created from that, then it's potential that it can be pulled back in and like almost like a cardboard box, collapsing it and flat packing it.
Yeah,
And then
yeah.
exactly. So call it what you will, whatever it is, it seems to be converging towards this chamber. And although you haven't had time to investigate where in the chamber it's going to, you've just sort of stepped in, and then this suddenly happened where you realize there is a nightmarish horse standing, scraping its hooves, and a flaming mane atop its head. And riding it is none other than Night, the black armored right hand man of Baba Yaga, her stalwart bodyguard and protector. He is here, already drawing his sword and pointing it towards the group. Yeah, only three of you can see this. The others have kind of followed the misty visions of their allies up to this point, and then suddenly you see them all stop.
Oh boy. Oh boy, oh
Mhm.
boy, oh boy.
This is
Yes,
where we got to.
that's fucking
Yep.
stressful.
Yep. Then I
So,
swallow pure chaos.
yep. And it's at this point, Eridanus, uh, you've quickly downed one of the potions which you've taken from the alchemy hags. It had the stamp of limbo and chaos upon its cork. And as soon as you start drinking this, you feel a sensation warp inside your body. It feels like suddenly ice freezes your lungs, and then it melts away, and it feels like you've got a fire in your belly. And then suddenly your mind opens doors that were not previously there to possibilities and, well, whatever creation you can muster. You can unmake things, you can transform one thing into another. It's quite a power that's awoken in you. And you've only had the time to down this potion before. I think we're gonna have pretty much at this point everyone roll initiative, just so it doesn't get messy.
Oh, Lord.
We need to
Yep.
get in turn order. Otherwise, everyone's gonna be jumping all over the place.
Yep.
Oh
Ooh,
my god.
21.
Alright, guys. I have a ring of wishing if we die, so maybe we can have another chance at this. Maybe.
Liz.
I don't want to go first because I don't know what
We
to
don't
do.
we don't know if the ring of wishing will actually bring back.
Yeah, it'll probably just screw
Wow.
us up even more.
Hannah got good initiative for once.
You got
Is
good initiative. Oh,
Tanner? Yeah,
you
he's
did.
back with me.
Yeah, yeah. Okay,
That's
I'll roll
amazing.
Snug for us.
I
Hey,
don't
Snug,
know if
you.
it
Zerg.
did Grizz's as with advantage like it's
Oh,
meant
you
to, but
stupid Phoenix.
It probably
Oh,
didn't. So
yay, Emberborn.
you
Nope.
can
It's
roll. Roll Grizz again. Let's see.
The creature
I'll
with 3
reroll that.
intelligence who has no idea what the hell's going on, or 2 intelligence.
Okay,
Who goes
no,
first?
we'll stick with this 14, I think.
Yep.
Okay.
Let's go. Let's
And
go.
Lady Mora is with you, and she's not that fast by the looks, which is very unusual for her.
Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't she,
She's normally in a
that creature
fit of
type?
bloodlust. Okay, and then finally the role that's going to determine a lot of things.
Natural
19.
20.
Oh
It's
my
a
god!
Yes. We outspeed
A
the
one.
game.
It's a one.
Wow! Straight away, we
What about
can
the
see
horse,
how
though? What
lucky-
about the horse?
That's got to
About the
mean that he
horse.
loses like a legendary action or something, right? I mean, a natural one. Come on.
Oh, there's a
Punishment for
clay
that.
golem? What the fuck's
That's
a clay
Clay
golem?
Golem is
That's
the
the
Okay, yeah.
thing that's
Oh, yeah,
guarding,
that's right. Yeah,
guarding
the
So let
pot
me just
master.
quickly describe the room just in case. This is Babiega's quarters. There are 4 pillars inside the room. In the center, there is a set of stairs that lead up to a massive cauldron. It is bubbling, and you can smell chemicals coming from it. And occasionally, if you've got a very high passive wisdom, you spot a small sludgy creature pop open. 2 little eyes blink, and then it slips back down as if, oh no, something bad's about to go down, and it's trying to like duck out of it. Guarding the cauldron is a gigantic golem made of clay,
Oh, it's this
and
music.
he stands there muscular with a firm grip around the cauldron itself, looking like a protector. There are 4 curtained off corners, we'll say like extra chambers. Most of the curtains are shut, but you can see through some of the gaps. And even there's a large bed in one corner, and there seems to be a weave in the other. There is also another set of candles in this room. Atop, like, I like to call them steps, like a stepped altar. So that's right next to night as well. But everything in the ethereal plane is just sort of a grey, misty outline of those things described. So, starting up at the top, Emberborn is actually up first. They see their allies stop, but looks towards you, Ember, or should I say Helidus, for orders.
Creature doesn't know what's going on. Creature's dumb. Creature will pair an action and attack anything that attacks it or Helidus.
Gotcha. Okay, Daya, you're up.
Okay. Daya's going after the horse. She
Okay.
is going to she's gonna bounce off the cauldron platform and try and jump on its back.
All right.
Is Knight on its back?
It is, yeah. Sorry if that didn't look like it until now.
No, it wasn't. The horse
Yeah.
was ahead of him, but that's fine.
Though a
Yeah, she
chariot
will.
pulled by a nightmare sounds really cool.
It does, doesn't it? Yeah, she's gonna swing up underneath its neck and and attack it with the pithing needle to try and disable the horse.
Oh, wow. Okay. Stab it in the back of the head.
Stab it in the
Jeez.
back of the head from underneath.
Right.
Yeah, kind of up the neck that way. So it is
Okay,
a melee attack, I guess.
You
Yeah.
can target the creature, see if you can do.
Target Mr. Horse.
Okay, there we go.
Let's hope that I targeted the horse and not the rider. Ooh, yes.
Okay, you did hit it.
Okay, it
Quite
has to
hard.
make a Constitution saving throw.
Right.
Ah,
Oh, it makes it.
Whoa, bloody hell! All right, that's
Yeah.
fine. That's fine.
As you're stabbing into the back of it, that flaming mane bursts with heat in front of your face, and it just confers a great amount of fire onto you.
Yep. Cool.
You don't take any damage, but you do feel like it's managed to resist the stabbing.
All right, second attack. I'm just going to try with a. I'm gonna just punch it in the throat, because that's what I've
Nice.
got.
Sure.
Yeah. 19.
That's also a hit.
going for the stunning strike.
That's added with a stunning strike. So another Constitution saving throw.
Okay.
Not the best.
Trying to stun the horse.
I'm gonna try and stun the horse.
Not a bad shout, but it seems a hardy creature.
I mean,
This
So
thing
it
has been
is.
you still
hand
got
reared
the
by
offhand.
Knight.
Like you can do a third attack without using key point, can't you? So
Yeah.
Is it what?
well,
If you want to use a bonus action, you can make another unarmed strike.
without spending any key to do so,
And them keys, man. This is life or death.
or
Or
flurry of
you-
blows for the double chance.
Yeah, if you
I'm gonna. Yeah, I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do a flurry of blows, and then my. Actually, flurry of blows is a bonus. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do both of those. 2 more, right in the throat. Ugh,
hey,
not doing a lot of damage here.
I'd beg to differ.
9.
Wow, okay. You're doing any more stunning strikes on these, or
That's it. I'm done. That's my
Okay.
turn. But I
right?
mean, the point of going underneath is so that I'm not in the range of its bite or
Hmm.
its feet. So it's gonna have
just
to
need
do a
you
little bit
to.
of twisting around if it wants to hit me.
I need you to roll 1d4.
Okay.
Just because that is the actual damage of your hitting needle attack, the first one.
Mm-hmm.
So it would have done. Was it 3 plus
Extra 3.
3 plus 6, right? Because your dex is 6. Okay, it only took 1 less damage. Yeah. Okay. Alright then, so you've definitely injured this creature as you unleash a flurry of blows, punching it in the throats effectively. You see Knight trying to contain control of this creature, but it is a powerful warhorse, hand-reared by him. Doesn't seem to like go into a panic or anything. It knows this is a fight, potentially to the death, but it still stands, even though it has been very badly injured by you. Okay. Eridanus, you just finished downing this potion.
Yep. Okay. I just want to check if this will work. Essentially, I want to use my action to manipulate the floor slightly. In that,
Okay.
I essentially, my idea is I want to manipulate the floor so it stabs into each of the horse's legs, and basically pins it in place whilst doing damage.
Okay, let me see here.
Because it says I can move objects and change
That you
objects.
can.
So I'm not sure.
Okay. You can alter something into another thing. So another matter. You could change like a boulder into fire. You could turn potentially the floor into another element. You can't have it like shoot spikes out suddenly. But I guess you can turn into something dangerous for the horse still.
Yeah, but considering what
I think you mentioned like turning it into acid last time. That's
Yeah.
always a potential, but or even the ceiling into acid.
Yeah, but dyers.
We like. Oh well. We like fighting with acid. I'm underneath. If you aim up top, it should be fine. It's not gonna trip.
You know what? Let's Eridanus just sort of looks to Knight for a moment and then points up at the ceiling and focuses on it, trying to turn it into acid to basically just pour down, I guess, a small size block at top of him, I guess.
More, alright.
Which is DC 15, apparently.
Yeah, it would be. Okay. So you can roll a wisdom check. DC 15.
I really hope this doesn't go immediately wrong. It went immediately wrong.
That is rough. Natural 2. So your first time trying to access this extraordinary power that's just entered into your mind. You see the ceiling and begin to think, if only this thing could fall down and melt the night away. But it doesn't seem to obey your will yet. You perhaps just see a slight warping to it, like it drips slowly, but then it solidifies again, or perhaps reverberates back into place.
Yeah.
And Perhaps you don't yet believe you have this power, but you've got to overcome that sense.
Herodanus considers that and is like, hmm. And then he's just gonna go, nope. I'm just gonna stand here
Yeah.
and hope.
Anything as a bonus action?
As a bonus action, because they can't see him, I'm just going to try to make a sort of galloping gesture to suggest that Knight's there.
Sure, give me a performance check. See how well that translates. No one has a clue what that is. Nerd just sees a misty kind of. Just sees a misty pantomime, and Snoke's like, Is he taking a piss out of me? Is he trying to? I think he's mocking me.
It's no snark. Stop screwing around there, Adonis.
Right.
But
Okay.
he ran away, and it looks like Guy is punching something again. Okay, Tanner is up.
Okay, so I'm gonna have Tanner start to move forward, I guess.
Something's happening, Tanner.
And then as he can't actually do anything tonight yet, just looking. Yeah, let's try to be. What's a good way of being helpful for Tanner right now? Sorry. Okay, I think. Yeah, let's do that, I think. So I'm gonna have Tanner cast Aid on himself, Halidus, and Grizz.
Okay. Aid's gonna be helpful.
So
Gives him, is it 5
yeah,
extra temporary? It's at max, isn't it?
yeah, and also
Okay, nice.
basically effectively heals for that 5 as well. So.
Yeah, it does. That puts Grizz on 35.
Yeah, I'll put a note of the thing. And I've done that on Tanner. You also get that Halidus, so.
Oh, okay. Well, this goes to 30 HP.
It's not much, but and then for his bonus action, no one can even do his bonus action other than the smite spell. And then he'll just ready his shield and his weapon for battle, I guess.
The clay golem's head suddenly shifts and sees Tanner entering into the room, and it just grabs a hold of the cauldron firmer. Gonna take the dodge action. Just
Okay.
watch what's going on. All right. It is the nightmare's go, and it's gonna retaliate. You see a hoof flaming burst come from it, comes straight down towards you.
It's gonna have to work really hard because of the position I'm in. I'm kind of in between its neck and its foreleg. So
Sure.
it doesn't
But-
have a direct pattern to me unless it can reverse its legs. If you see what I mean.
Well, it definitely has enough movement to suddenly maneuver around, and you see this thing lift off the ground as well suddenly, and now you're in the disadvantage because it seems to be like hammering you from above.
Okay.
And yeah, this creature has a fly speed suddenly. So one of the hooves comes down, does hit. Oh, don't
Ow.
see it coming. You didn't
Ooh.
suspect a creature of this size to suddenly fly around, but it
No.
clips you around the head for 21 points of damage. Jeez.
So it's fine.
Oh my god, you're still alive though. And you can feel like a searing pain on the side of your head where you see the hoof is like almost branded you. That's it though. It doesn't have multi attack.
Oh.
Just one solid hit.
Just one. Yeah, one
Yep.
was plenty. That's yep. Good job,
Okay.
horse.
It is Snurg's turn. This is a bit out of my, I don't know, duties.
What is, Snurg? What do you see? What's happening?
It looks like I just got hit pretty hard by something, but I don't know what. If it was my guess, it's probably one of those ethereal creatures in the hut, of which there is like one.
We destroyed it. At least, Snurg.
Well, the nightmares can go ethereal, so there's that. It's probably a nightmare, I'm not gonna lie.
You're a nightmare. What are you talking?
Ember just trails off as
He's gonna run into the room, and he suddenly dives underneath the curtain, and he seems to be fiddling around with objects and such. Oh, and he suddenly comes back as well, and he goes, great, and now would be a good time to use that telescope you have? Yeah, that thing." And yeah, he looks down and Bruce remembers he does have the implement of examination.
Yep.
Allows you to see ethereal creatures.
Yep.
That's his go. Bruce,
Yep, so Grizz will take a couple of steps forward so that he's more in the room, and then we'll use the implement of examination to see what he can see.
okay, so you immediately gain true seeing effectively, for as long as you're holding this up to your eye. And indeed, Grizz witnesses the fight going on right now. Lady Mora is in the process of kind of baring her fangs, but the fight is already underway. Dyer is in a bit of a tricky situation as Knight is drawing his sword, about to swing it towards her. And he can relay as much of this as he likes.
It's night, guys. And then
It's not like that, sir. Get out of here! Get out of Greece!
Grizz. Actually, what's the remaining of Grizz's movement speed? Actually, he's 40. So Grizz will charge forward and ready his axe for if Knight comes out the ethereal at him.
Okay. I think there's also one other effect he can take with the implement of examination, but I think it ends the effect of true seeing. So
Yeah, so
it, as not
he's sort of got this, and he's got his axe held loosely at his side as he's trying to see what's going on and sort of giving a play-by-play.
also you notice that this pillar is, of course, just an illusion.
Yep.
There is actually a hole in the floor, and he can see straight through that. And what else can he see with the implement? Guess he can see through the curtains slightly. They are real curtains; they're not like illusions, but his vision does give him a better sight of everything else in these other chambers. Any other illusions? Let's see. Not as of right now. He can't see anything. But I guess there's kind of something like illusionary on top of this pedestal. But the thing is, it's invisible, so it's not an illusion, but more like there is something there, but it's invisible, and he can see like a faint outline atop the altar. It's the shape of a crown, but that's everything he can see. All right. It is Helidus's go.
Get out! I'm aboard.
I will
Where do you go? What?
look around and
Get out of the ethereal! We can help you!
and I'll prepare a firebolt if anything appears out of the ethereal that I don't like the look of.
Yeah.
One thing though, actually nope, I can't see the nightmare. Never mind, we're good.
Okay. Oh boy. All right then. So, a couple of people holding their actions ready and waiting. Lady Mora is finally up. and wasting no time, you see that she enters into effectively like this bloodlust, rushing forward. Her claws, well, where her nails were, kind of extend into like long, sharp claws. Her fangs are now fully protruding, and with a vampiric agility, she just surges forward with celerity unmatched and immediately tries to slice across Knight's torso. Yeah. Ooh. Okay, she connects. You hear this kind of scraping sound as she carves across the metal. But that's not really what she's trying to do. Instead, she grabs a hold of the kind of joints in the armor and pulls him towards her. And now has him in a grapple.
Ooh.
Yep, that's going to be very useful. She looks towards you, Dyer, seeing how injured you are, and says, "Well, leave this one to me. You're not in any state to be this close." Okay, let's see what else we can do. Gonna go for one bite attack as well. Ooh, boy. No, I don't think it hits though. Might shouldn't have to be AC. That's not
I'm
correct.
about to say.
Maybe 18.
Oh
That's not right. Oh yeah, it reset his AC the other day. Okay, right, there we go. I'll update it.
It's dinner plate armor.
Oh, that's better. Alright, so the bite doesn't connect. Obviously seeing this coming, Knight kind of rears back, tries to come around with the hilt of his sword and just like butts her away. And that is her turn. It is finally at the bottom of the round, Knight. And of course, I was giving you a head start. But I can't let you just wail on my horse. That was rude. And as he tries to like jostle and turn around to get towards you guys, he's like pulled again by Lady Mora. Fine. My turn. And he brings around a huge greatsword. Well, it's a long sword, but it looks like pretty hefty when he's using it in two hands. He swings it straight towards Lady Mora, attempting to perhaps just sever her arms. Ooh, that's a lot of damage. Thankfully, though,
Part of that.
it appears as though the blade, when it touches Lady Mora's flesh, it doesn't just pierce or slice straight through it. Almost feels like there's this kind of dark energy rebounding from both the blade and her skin, as the necrotic magic kind of like counteracts each other. And yeah, she is actually resistant to the very sword. Yeah, it is insane. Unholy, you could say. But where one strike doesn't work, he does it again and again. Oh my god, he just crit straight away. Just instead of like slicing through her arm, he just impales it straight through her chest, which would have been a mortal wound to any humanoid creature. But you see, just Lady Mora let out more of like a discomforted grunt, like ugh, looks down and just sees the blade straight through her heart and says, "You won't find anything there." And he just pulls out the sword. It's covered in blackish-looking blood, but he swings it around and tries to cut her loose again. It's a third attack. Yeah, I know. Brutal. Oh, God. Lady Mora is taking a beating. She gets her arm completely like severed, but then swaps to the other one and grabs a hold of his like collar with her other hand, whilst her other hand is literally slowly regenerating and growing new digits. It's quite a battle to behold. Mm-hmm. I will say she looks really rough after that. Literally just
Oh.
stabbed through the heart.
Oh, I've just noticed something on my character sheet. This is going to be a fun next turn.
Yeah, you have just noticed it. Yeah, in fact, I'll say that Eridanus, upon hearing this blade connect with Lady Mora's flesh, there's this kind of surge of darkness around the room, and you feel it more than anyone. And you just get an image, a flashing image as that darkness surrounds you, and it's of a golden flower losing its luster and wilting.
Oh shit.
That's at the end of the
Oh.
round.
I
And
don't know what that means, apart from that the Gilded Lotus is screwing me over, apparently.
mhm. And at the bottom of the round, well, nothing. We don't have legendary actions, so that's the one saving grace. Good luck. Emberborn's back up.
Everyone will be clicked on first. There we go. Fly in and kind of fly, yeah, about 10, 15 feet above Helidus and in kind of like a protective manner, watching over his keeper and striking at anything that comes within or tries to harm him.
Yeah.
He's really unable to do much else.
Okay, Dire. Looks like Lady Moore's giving you a chance. You want to try and get away, but it's up to you. You can try and finish the job on the nightmare as well.
Is taking a health potion, is it an action or a bonus action?
In this campaign, it is an action, I'm afraid.
Okay, well I don't really have a choice. I'm gonna take a superior health potion for 24 points.
Yeah.
And as a bonus action, I'm going to just do patient defense. And that's going to be it for my turn.
That's not a bad shot, actually. Okay, so you're dodging, waiting for an incoming strike, and
Yep.
it is back to you, Eridanus.
Right. Eridanus takes a couple of steps forward. He's not popping out the ethereal. He goes, "Hey, Knight, do you know one of the other things that's in the night apart from nightmares?"
Go on.
Dreams, and then I'm going to assume my Fey Queen starry form.
Oh, okay.
Because
Interesting.
now the minimum I can roll on a wisdom check is a 10 on the dice.
Hey,
And I
there we
only need a
go.
15.
That'll work.
So,
All right.
again, ceiling, acid. And we'll go for the small for altering.
Okay.
So
that's a minimum of 10 plus
Yep.
5. So they would
15.
auto succeed. Thank goodness, because otherwise I didn't think your will enough would work. But channeling Queen Una herself into this moment, her will is of the Feywild, a place where emotion literally shapes reality, and she is all too familiar with exerting her will to change the surroundings. So immediately you see the ceiling kind of ripple, warp, and suddenly start to drip down, and it remains the same color, but as it impacts on Knight's helmet, shoulders, you immediately start to see a sizzling and a burning, almost like silvery acid, I guess, in this instance.
Yep.
So I'm going to roll him a dexterity save as well.
Yep.
Just
No
to see
idea what
if,
the damage would be of this.
Well, he didn't see it coming. It definitely connects. Oh boy. So let's see. Selected a small tree on it.
Yep. I have no idea what
Yeah.
this will do, but it's kind of fun to do.
Let's see. I'm gonna go
Don't touch the
with...
candles, really bad.
What's that? I'm gonna go with the improvised damage chart for this one.
Okay.
I think that's the best. It's gonna be acid damage, obviously.
Yep. As a
So-
small block of acid drops onto his head.
Let's see. Hit by falling rubble sounds about the similar damage. I'm gonna say so. It's instead of rubble, it's acid. So roll 4d10 acid damage. And he's failed to save as well, so it's pretty bad.
15.
15. Okay.
Now, just a question before my next turn. Does the acid
Yeah.
stay sitting on him? Because it's basically.
Oh yeah,
a
you've
liquid.
turned it into acid. Unlike a spell that would normally like manifest and then disappear. No, it's actual acid now. Fully, it's not going to disappear or change unless someone else with the same abilities or powers changes it back.
That's fine.
No, so that 5-foot cube of acid continues to pour down on him in that square.
Yep. Cool. And then Eridanus is just gonna pop back round the corner. Hit and run tactics. Hit and run.
All right. He just looks around. It's like he's trying to connect what you were saying to what's actually happening, and I guess in that moment it distracts him enough that he's just like, just gets pissed off. I just cleaned this armor. All right, Tanner, he's up.
Okay, so I used that last time. That takes 10 minutes to cast.
Oh, and Lady Moore's got him grappled as well. Oh, so it's just like he can't get away from it.
Yes. I actually really don't know. He's just gonna. Actually, you know what? Even though it's a second level spell slot, I feel like it's something that Tanner would do in preparation of this. He's gonna cast Shield of Faith upon himself.
Mm-hmm.
Just a second. Let's do this properly.
So his AC is going up.
To 23.
Very nice. Okay.
And then he's going to ready his action to strike out if someone comes in. Actually, he'll go stand next to Grizz, so Grizz has protection as well from, you know.
Okay. Cool.
Yeah.
All right. The fiendish horse slams another hoof in Dyer's direction, but of course, it's going to be a disadvantage this time around. And it made the difference by the looks.
Nice.
Would have been a hit.
What?
Perhaps.
Yep.
Whoa. So yeah, you were already ready for it this time, and you're just ducking out and trying to maneuver into positions where it takes a great deal of effort to try and hit you, or perhaps even impossible.
Yeah. Good.
Okay. Snug is continuing to ruffle around in certain magical drawers, and he's like rooting through books, picking up these quills, and he's looking for something. But I'm gonna give him a quick, perception check, see if he can even find it. Hey, you know what? That's not bad. Okay, so you can hear him like, I think I guess I need my help in this situation, but he's just pulling out bits and pieces. We'll see what he finds as he comes back, drawing the curtain now. Yeah. All right. It is Grizz's go.
Okay, Grizz is just going to, I guess, ready his action, I guess, for if, yeah, basically when someone comes into range for him to attack, basically. Okay.
Cool. So he's standing right next to Tanner. Okay, cool. Halidus?
Yeah, Keep watch, evermore. Protect me at all costs. Night is horrible.
I'll spend my action to use my Pearl of Power to recover a 3rd level spell slot.
Okay.
Usability. Does that just automatically do it itself, I guess? Let's see. Spell book. No, it didn't do anything. Oh, well. Here we go. I'll just add it manually. Okay, cool. Done. I'm useless.
You're still holding a firebolt, aren't you?
Well, I can't because nothing appeared that I didn't like the look of, and now I have to use my action to use the
Okay.
Pearl of Power.
Apparently.
Pearl of Power takes an action to
Yep.
use.
That's okay. Spell
Alright.
slots are going to be important.
Indeed.
It will be. Okay, so you see that severed hand that took Lady Mora just immediately grows back, and with just another set of vicious-looking claws. But she's still looking worse for wear. It's not like she's fully healed. So, let's see. Yeah, she's got him grappled. So we'll lead with another bite. Ah, not enough. The tough armor and helmet protecting him. He's almost fully armored. There's like no bare skin on him at all. So she just kind of scrapes another set of claws, trying to stab into any joints. Does finally connect and seemingly gets perhaps just underneath the armpit 12 bludgeoning damage. And she's still got him grappled. Holding him in the acid will probably do some nasty stuff as well. Roll 2d10 extra acid damage.
Okay.
Is effectively half. Okay, nice. Alright, yeah. So he is not liking being in the acid, gripped by Lady Mora.
Get your hands off of me.
And he's going to. See. Yeah, you see him like kick his stirrups, and you can tell like he's trying to command his nightmare to do something at this moment. Gotta wait all the way around back to his nightmares go though. Well, that happens. In the meantime, he just holds onto the reins with one hand and takes a swing with his longsword at Lady Mora. Yeah, why not? It's a serious amount of damage when he gets multi-attacking. Yeah.
At least it's not the full damage.
Oh, finally, natural one. Yeah. Nonetheless, it looks like he is quite literally mincemeat, turning Lady Mora into mincemeat. It's just slice after slice, tearing through her dress, ripping like limb from limb, and she's trying to regenerate quicker than the sword is hacking her down, but she's having trouble with it, for sure. Okay, that is his go. Ember, Born.
Everyone just spends his turn flying around the room and then eventually, seeing nothing of threatening, settling another 10 feet above Elidus.
Okay.
All right. I guess I'm here. I might as well keep attacking the horse. This time we're gonna use the staff and try and whack it around the neck.
Okay.
Yeesh. Shit damage. And we'll do it again.
Oh boy.
18.
Oh god.
How is it looking?
It's looking real bad, and you can see it's whinnying, and the reins being pulled on the horse. It seems to take this as a motion to activate something. And as you're whacking it, you see its form becoming less and less corporal. Well, in this plane at least, the flames kind of go a different ripple, like a different color for a moment.
Okay.
You can see it's also like galloping on the spot, but
Mhm.
it's not going anywhere in the actual space.
Let's spend a key point to flurry some blows.
Okay.
Well, we've got it damaged. 11 and
Oh, man.
10.
Okay. With that, the horse looks like it's just about to dissipate into the ethereal, well, from the ethereal, I should say, using its um, using its kind of magical stride. But instead, you cut that short. As it's concentrating on that, you manage to find an opening and clock it clean across the head, knocking it out.
Right in the very soft temple, yeah. And with that, she will duck over to the other side of the cauldron over here. Get out of the range of night, because that seems like a good idea.
It is a good idea. I was about to say he's going to use his reaction to attack you, but in order to not fall prone in this moment, he's actually using his reaction to basically leap off the horse and land on the floor again.
Nice. Okay.
But I mean, well, actually, Lady Mora's kind of gotten gripped, hasn't she? Oh man, this is interesting. I guess he's not going anywhere anyway.
If he's
Creepy.
yeah.
So
I
the
don't
horse
have
has fallen
anything
down.
I don't have anything left to attack him, but at least if he's prone, that's
Yeah.
you're not
No,
going
he
far.
can't. He can't go prone because he's kind of in the air slightly, but he can't use his reaction either because he hasn't got any movement. So it's just basically held aloft as the horse falls from underneath him, and Lady Mora is just holding on to Knight still in the air.
Cool.
Okay.
All right. And she will crouch down and just take a little bit of a breather.
Hold on, neither of them can fly though, I guess. I guess they both fall. This is really interesting. They would both fall to the ground, effectively. Lady Mora probably just landing on top of him, like, trying to throttle his throat. Okay, Eridanus, you're up.
Right. Okay. Yeah, let's try that. Eridanus pops his head out again, sort of sees what's going on. He's going to, this time he's going to focus. I'm going to try it. I'm going to try a medium-sized square. Because he counts as a medium creature, he's just 4 for the fancy artwork, right?
Yep. Effectively,
Okay.
yep.
Medium-sized square below him, I'm going to try to convert to acid.
You love that acid,
Ooh.
alright.
Which is, I realise, DC 20.
Is that gonna
Yeah,
hit
don't-
Lady Mora too?
Well, she's on top of him.
Oh, right. Okay. Yep.
No, it's a 15, but shame.
It's only a 15.
Worth a shot. And then...
Okay.
Is there anything I can do as
This
bonus?
newfound power is totally alien to you.
Yep.
Trying to master it might take, well, a lifetime for you, for all you know.
Yeah.
Or being native to such a plane. I'm afraid that is a fail, and we just see that again the floor kind of ripples slightly, but
Yeah.
nothing really changes.
Trying to see if anything I've got is even a bonus action. Nope. Saradana so goes. Nope.
Okay.
Worth a shot.
Tanner still unable to do anything in this moment.
Yeah, I mean, Tanner will take a step forward, I guess, because he can see where Lady Mora is, and just based on positioning and stuff, so he's probably just got his weapon ready there.
Okay. Well, it would have been the Nightmare's go, and in this moment, I was going to have Knight come back into the material plane because, well, doesn't like being covered in acid, and he would also break free of the grapple at the same time, which would have been a 2-for-1. But now Dai has totally thrown a spanner in the works, and he looks around. He's just like, curse you.
It's kind of a mixed blessing though, because nobody else can take any hits on him. Everybody else just waiting.
But If he can't
the-
transport otherwise, then until the nightmare recovers, we could just bamf and he can't do anything to us.
That's okay. Is the nightmare is the only way he can travel? That's all right.
That's my guess. Otherwise, I don't know why he needs it other than the matics, but that's just a guess.
You
Well.
totally. Yeah, he looks at you. You can tell there's this burning rage in his eyes beneath that dark helmet. And he says, "Fine, you'll die in here with me." Okay, Grizz is up, and Snow. Snow kind of rushes out, and is like, "Oh, see, a turn of events." He's just looking, and Grizz is describing what's happening to
Yep.
him through the through the
Yeah.
spyglass. And it's like,
Grizz is the commentator for this.
and he's like, "Okay," and he goes down. The nightmare is unconscious. Lady Mara is in a very promiscuous position right now with him, but it's anything but intimate. It looks very dangerous. Guy is retreated, and he's getting very angry by the looks. Snake's like, "Okay, I'll put this one back then."
What is it?
And he
Grizz
got
laughs.
a spell scroll of blink.
Oh.
Yep.
That's actually...
He was gonna maybe try and like get onto the ethereal plane using blink, but oh well. Grizz is gonna wait, I guess, until he's needed.
Yep.
But all of this is anything you want to do on your turn?
Yes, there is, Chris. First of all, I have 2 level 1 spell slots left. I will bonus action one of them into a sorcery point to go from 4 sorcery points to 5.
Yeah.
Spell book, I will take away one of my first level slots, leaving me with 1 single first level spot and 1 single third level spot that I got from recovering from the Pro Power. I will use that 3rd level spell slot along with 3 sorcery points to cast Haste and twin it on Grizz and Tanner.
Okay, gotcha. They're getting ready. They're getting pumped.
Yeah.
Could be
Don't know
a
if,
painful transformation if they ever came back. All right, they are pumped, ready to
so
go.
let's go Haste here. Consume spell slot. Boom. Yep. And that's my bonus action and action. Cool. Thanks. Oh, and a roll D100.
Oh,
Get my
D100,
tides.
yes.
Tides chaos
Well-
back. So 78 on the old. Let me get my old player's handbook out here and see what that is all about. Sorry. Always forget about that crap.
Sounds familiar for some reason.
78. You cast Polymorph on yourself. If you fail the saving throw, you turn into sheep for the spell's duration. That's not fun at all. Alright, what's a saving throw to Polymorph? Wisdom?
Oh no, it is a wisdom
DC
save.
16 wisdom save. Cool. That's fucking just fucking perfect. Bah.
Oh my god.
I hate
Wisdom
everything. Yeah, it's. I'm going
my
to
God.
spend the remaining 2 sorcery points to add.
A D4?
I use my reaction, which I got back on my turn, to add a 1d4 to that save.
God.
And I still fail it. Fuck my stupid fucking life, man.
Oh my god, that's awful.
Everything just
Oh.
went so fucking
How's
wrong
that
there.
wild magic treating you today?
I
Oh,
want to. Cool.
Oh,
I mean,
So you see Amber haste 2 people, then just immediately bamf into a sheep.
Well, in this particular case, I'm shifting it up to a chicken because there's that burning.
Oh yes, of course.
There's this
Yes.
burning symbol on your forehead. That's the sign
Oh,
of a
Lord.
three-footed, 3-clawed footprint, like that of a chicken foot.
Oh Lord.
And that suddenly burns into a brighter spark, and it encompasses your whole body. There's this moment where Helidus is just a blinding ball of fire, and then after it extinguishes, there's a little chicken left over with red and yellow feathers, and there's like a little simmer of fumes coming off the top of its head. And Helidus is now a complete chicken. He's made the full transformation.
I don't think I lose concentration with that though.
No.
I'm not sure. So in that case, Grizz and Tanner still remain hasted or not? I don't know. I guess I would lose my spellcaster I guess I would, because I would no longer be a spellcaster if I'm a chicken, right? I'd lose my
Um,
spellcaster feature, right?
well, it says you cast poly. Did it say you cast polymorph on yourself?
Yeah, which I would also be concentrating on, and concentrating on haste.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Fuck.
That's
So
exactly what
Oh
Tanner
it
and
no.
Grizz both gain 6 seconds of lethargy or
says.
whatever.
Yep, they lose their turn next go.
Oh,
Nope,
for the
that could have been worse. It really could have, because right now they can't utilize any of that.
I hate
Um,
wild magic. It's the dumbest fucking sorcerer subclass on earth.
That was very
I
unfortunate.
enjoy the chaos to some extent.
Literally everything went wrong there. I had those 2 sorcery points to do one more fucking bend luck. I had everything. Yep, my turn.
Meanwhile, Lady Mora suddenly knits a wound across her throat shut from regenerating, and similarly tries to slice Knight's throat in return. And let's see if she
Should
gets
have
any luck with this.
advantage because he's prone, right?
Yeah, now she's got advantage, yeah. And that's a quick cut, but it doesn't seem like it's doing as much as a sword through the chest, that's for sure. Maybe, just maybe a bite will do the job. Yes, connects. Okay,
Yes, 18. Good job.
seeing an ample opportunity whilst he's on the floor, he's like straddling him, rips up his helmet enough to expose his neck, and just drinks deeply from his
Gets
life.
8 HP back, I guess, unless he's
Wow.
resistant to the necrotic.
Then you suddenly hear a laughter, choking laughter almost. You think I'm still human, Lady Mora? No, I shed my humanity
Oh boy.
long ago.
Oh boy.
And as you see Lady Mora pull her fangs away, there is no blood upon them whatsoever.
He's a fucking vampire too?
No.
He's
And
undead
she just
somehow?
looks down in horror and also
What?
shock. Yeah, he's completely immune to necrotic
What
damage.
the fuck, man?
Why?
It did
What
piercing
is
damage.
this thing, man? Oh, I don't like.
At this point, Lady Mora kind of stands up and says, "Die. He can't leave now. The nightmare was his only transportation. Go back to the others. I will store him here as long as I can."
Shit. Tanner's gonna lose his fucking mind, guys.
You have done well.
Wait.
By defeating the horse, you have imprisoned him here in this realm.
I'll tell the
Go
others,
now.
but don't. Stay alive, Lady Mora. We need you too.
I shall. You see him, see her basically effectively backing up from him, and she's gonna go on not a retreat, but you can see her. She's backing and kind of goading him towards her, and she's gonna provoke an attack of opportunity in doing that. Knight's on the floor, so take a swing with this. Oh God! Still hit her. Yeah, just barely. Let me just check.
She can't
Yeah,
beat a
she's
15?
she's
Damn.
clearly. I'm trying to look. Let's just check. No, that is actually a miss. My bad. That is just barely a miss. It's got 16
Nice.
AC, not 14. There we go. Got it. So she does kind of jump over the sword as it swings beneath her feet. And again, she's kind of like enticing him to try and follow her and take the fight elsewhere. But we'll see what happens on his go, which now he gets up in his heavy armor and just begins striding towards her. He kind of reignites the blade in black smoke and flame and takes 3 almighty swings towards her.
No, no. He's gonna fucking do it, man.
Okay. This may hurt.
Oh, don't like this at all.
Oh, man. Daya, you feel like this reverberating in the room as well, like this ringing, and you see all the candles sort of like the flames flicker as he's stepping towards her,
No,
almost like
this
this
is so
hum
awful.
coming from the blade. and he just needs to make a attack. See if it connects.
No, that's a big one.
Oh, that's a.
And suddenly you hear this almighty crack and boom, as a staggering smite is activated for
Oh,
46 damage. Psychic
filthy
damage.
anti-paladin. Fallen paladins.
You
Yeah.
just hear Lady Mora scream in pain as the psychic damage racks through her mind. She needs to make a wisdom save first, though. That out. Oh, does she make it? 15? No, it's not enough. He takes the full brunt of that. And he doesn't let up. He continues wailing with another 2 swings.
Oh,
Oh my
fuck.
god.
Oh, God. She holds on barely, but she's once again skewered, lifted up. And as he pulls the sword out, he goes around for a swing and severs her head straight off.
Oh my god.
At that moment, instead of blood and viscera spraying the walls, she explodes into a mist. You hear this kind of gasp, a ghostly inhalation, but the smoke is still. It's not apparent that it is her, but it's kind of just a faint outline of perhaps a humanoid creature. It suddenly whirls around and tries to escape his reach, and you can see his eyes are trained on it. He's clearly keen and knows what this ability is, but Idamora doesn't appear to be a combatant at this point. What do you do? Well, we're back to Emberborn.
Just before Emberborn's turn, he was holding an action. How would you think Phoenix, who are pretty stupid, feel about chickens? Like, if he saw a chicken, he might maybe attack it? I don't know.
Possibly.
Would he
Uh,
recognize your essence as its master?
No, I'm just literally it's not wild shape. It's literally polymorph. So I am just straight up a chicken.
He did see you turn into the chicken. So he didn't just think, "Oh God, it's an enemy chicken." He's probably more confused than anything. But I'll let you roll an intelligence check to see if you can understand what this effect is, and maybe even help you.
Well, I'm hoping he. Oops, not Ember. I'm hoping he fails it, so he's too stupid to realize he'd be attacking his master.
down the middle.
That's pretty good for him.
Yeah,
Well,
it is.
he'd probably be. You know what? That's a bad roll for me because he's probably
Okay.
smart enough to realize it's his master, and too stupid with that roll to realize that he needs to attack the chicken to free him from this
Yeah.
effect. So essentially, I would say he
Instead-
does nothing.
Instead, he sees this as a curse and doesn't know how to heal it. But
Yeah, that's how I'd
attacking
imagine it.
probably would do more damage than not.
Absolutely, for sure. In his mind, yeah. So he probably just flies around and doesn't fuck all.
All right.
However,
What do you
is he
do?
within? No, he's not even
Oh,
within 10.
wait.
Because I told him 15 feet above me, so he's not even gonna burn me out.
Wait,
Of
you're a
it.
chicken.
Yeah, like I'm not fire resistant anymore,
No,
but
it's
I'm
not
also.
that. What happens when you attack chickens in the hut?
Uh,
I have no idea.
What happened the
you do
last?
know.
What happened the last time we attacked chickens in the hut?
I wasn't there for that. This is something
what?
from another campaign.
Nope. It happened because you've been turned into a chicken once before, and we were told not to attack you. It was during the fight against Agatha.
What?
Very true. It did happen.
What am I missing?
I don't
But
remember.
anyway,
James?
we'll
What did
find
she-
out
what
when we
did-
Yeah.
get to it.
Oh
Yeah.
god.
For now, though, you have
Yep.
a decision to make right now. Like Lady Mora has told you, the nightmare is his only way to switch between the realms.
Yep.
What is your course of action? He's still very much on his legs. Like he's still pretty hardy, even after a bout with Lady Mora.
Yeah. I really the nightmare is out but not dead, right?
Yeah, it's unconscious on the ground, but
Unconscious. Yeah. I really, really, really want to slit its throat, but I'm not going to. Oh god, I really want to. But no, I'm gonna back into the regular plane, into the
All right.
material plane.
Choice has been made. you feel your body pulling itself together, and a heaviness feels apparent as gravity takes its normal course, and you collapse onto the ground. But you catch yourself nonetheless. But you suddenly realize there's this massive clay golem staring down at you, ready with these balled fists. But it doesn't attack you. It just seems in a guarded position, right?
Yeah. I'm gonna back up, like hold my hands up and back away from it. And I'm gonna shout to the others. The horse is down. It's stuck in the ethereal plane, but Lady Moore is out.
Somebody go to the.
We. She said there was something here that could restore us. Snurg. Do you know what she's talking about?
Um, there's loads of magical items here. It takes ages to figure out which ones do what. And most of them are probably cursed from that thing. No offense. He points
God,
at the
I hate this
cauldron.
place. Okay.
Okay.
I see a
She's
chicken
gonna.
just flapping
Yeah.
around.
For the time being, I'm going to
Yep.
actually say combat is suspended, because a moment or two as you're looking around trying to figure out what it could be, there is no return from night. But oh wait, Eridanus is still in there.
Yep.
So what do you do as you're witnessing that last?
Okay, so
Um,
he's not being hurt by the acid anymore, but is there still
he's moved away from it now.
Yeah, okay, I'm just trying to think.
It's like pouring down in this square, effectively.
Yeah, is there any acid on him?
There was, but it's kind of done. It's had its course now,
You
effectively.
know what?
Yeah, it sizzled his armor quite
Screw
substantially.
it. We want to take out the horse before. I'm going to try to take out the horse before I go. So
If you can do that without attracting Knight's attention,
Yep.
yeah, go for it.
So Eridanus is going to try. Too far away. I don't think I can get close enough.
The horse is here, technically.
Okay, can I?
You got a spell or a distance thing?
Well, that's the thing. I can move.
It is an action to come back into the material, just to be aware.
Exactly. I'm going to take the risk. So the horse is there. Doesn't that mean acid's been pouring on it the whole time?
Oh, that's a good point.
It kind of collapsed down here, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Okay,
It collapsed
yeah,
on
you're right.
the acid. Yeah.
You're not wrong. It is in that vicinity. When it fell down, it just landed kind of where that patch was. So yeah, I guess some of it is in the acid.
So it'd be taking
Slowly
damage,
burning
so it'd
away.
be taking some death saves. So Eridan is seeing this, goes, look, wouldn't have moved that far, sort of stands over by the entrance, seeing that it's still burning around. So okay, and he's just going to bounce back to the real world.
Okay. No worries, no worries. I'm just gonna hide these two tokens away, so no one can see what's going on in the ethereal plane now, except Grizz. He's just like, I got an eye on it. All right, Eridanus, you feel the solid stone beneath your feet, and your allies are all there, ready and waiting with attacks. And you see, like, even the phoenix kind of flinches a bit as you kind of appear, but noticing it is one of his master's allies, doesn't immediately incinerate you.
Yeah, Eridanus looks at the chicken that is Helidus and just goes, it's a good look for you.
He has the intelligence of a chicken. Like, he's literally a chicken, so he can't answer you. He's going around the room just kind of pecking at things.
Polymorph lasts an hour, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Starts clambering towards the candles.
Yeah.
A little close. Backs up a little.
Eridanus sort of.
Do we need to do that?
I don't know.
You guys look after that. I need to look around here. So she's gonna go into this room.
Eridanus is gonna go
and start searching the hut.
Paused right there because Elvis, I see the chicken has just jumped up on top of the bed. Is that what you did?
The bed is an illusion.
I'm just trying to think like a chicken here. Like a chicken just randomly roam, right? They don't
Right.
think about what they're doing. They have no
Okay.
common sense
The chicken
whatsoever.
jumps
So
up on top of the bed, and you feel there's a very cozy, beautifully woven quilt with intricate design and detail, and the springiness of the bed is immaculate. You've never felt suspension quite like this. And as the chicken lands on it, it kind of like bounces up a feet, and it's for a chicken, it's amazing. It's like, have you seen dogs on trampolines? They go wild.
yes, yeah.
For you, it's fascinating and entertaining. That's all I'll say as a chicken, at least.
Right.
Does the organ music have any significance to the bed?
Arad-
Perhaps you'll
You see,
start to see.
there,
We don't
Adonis, you
know.
see a chicken bouncing up and down on this bed repeatedly, having the time of its life.
You can hear the springs as well as the chicken's going
Finally,
up and down.
finally, I can fly. In his chicken mind, that's what he's thinking. Like the other birds.
Awesome.
yeah.
Awesome.
Arad-
Okay.
Adonis is just gonna sort of look at the group and be. It's not gonna be as if Lady Mora said it would give us the benefits of as if we'd had a long sleep. Basically. Because
Yes.
obviously wouldn't have used the term long rest. It's not going to be as simple as the bed, is it?
Oh. I was thinking something complicated, like a spell or a magical amulet or something, but this place is just annoying
There is
enough that might be the
an
case.
amulet. They've
Is there an...
got hats as well. Amulets, hats, you name it.
Adonis sort of shrugs and goes, you know what, the chicken looks like it's having fun, I'm going to go sit on the bed. He just sits on the bed.
You immediately, as soon as you put your butt down, feel the comfort surround you. A wave of coziness and relaxation swoop through you. It's just,
wow.
everything in your muscles, the ache eases up, and you feel like a great weight to your body, almost like you just want to lay down and collapse on it.
It's... Dia slaps her forehead a little. Are you kidding me? Is it really that...
It's a damn comfy bed.
At this point, the
Uh,
chicken just falls sound asleep, as chickens would, and
Yeah.
is just kind of lying there.
Adonis just sort of lays
Chicken
down
snoring.
to enjoy the relaxing. And whilst he's got this potion still in effect, he's just, I don't know, I feel like he's going to turn like some of the ground just to the side into like hot water, so there's a nice steam effect, like sauna.
Oh yeah, that's good. It
Right.
is. It is an immaculate bed. There's enough room for Dia, Eridanos, and a chicken at least, because the
Dia's
chicken's like a small
she's
creature.
gonna climb on and sit with her legs crossed and just kind of sit in the lotus pose.
Tan is just standing there with his sword ready while Grid is like, and he's walking about, and he looks angry.
Yeah. You can see Cruz is looking around with the spyglass and just saying, "Okay, it's running out. The spyglass doesn't last all that long, but you can tell in the last few moments, Knight doesn't look like he's able to heal his horse anyways. Didn't think healing would be in his what's the word?
Repertoire?
That's a good word, whatever that meant."
Well, I'm hoping that the acid melted the horse, even though that's a horrible way to go.
Yeah, the horse doesn't look like it's getting up. He starts to shake the spyglass. You hear a rattle, and I'm gonna roll a d20 for it. Shit. As he rattles it, it suddenly shatters, and glass flies up and into his eye. Oh god!
God.
Oh my eye! He is
Grizz, get up.
blinded and takes see. Yeah, he takes a few points a day. It's not gonna knock him out, you know. It's not gonna even matter at this point either. He's just like, my eyes. He's crawling around blind.
Dia
Trying to
will
find.
grab him by the arm and lead him over to the bed.
Okay, he like
Have a
trips.
seat. You'll feel better.
So
So when you sat on it, Dyer, there was this kind of like straining, like a creaking to the bed, like you could just hear like the wooden slats perhaps bending under the weight. And then as Grizz trips and lands onto the bed, you hear a spring literally boom, boing, and break. And you see the headboard rattle as well. And just for a moment, Eridanus, you kind of like shot awake from the jostling of the bed. But
yeah.
as you come to, you realize you probably, it feels like you've had 8 hours of sleep just in that one moment you've rested your head against the pillow. It's like suddenly just suddenly like night turned to day instantly, and you've completed a long rest.
How did we know that
Yay.
go here?
Well,
Did we just stumble upon this?
we were told that there was something that would give us the benefit of a long rest, and when he started saying about the comfort and how like happy you seemed on it, I'm just like, it's not that simple, is it?
Yep.
Amazing.
Although,
Amazing.
Hellas, I have actually already given you a long rest, even though the chicken
But-
doesn't perhaps know what that even means, but the chicken's well rested and is
But he's still very much a chicken, right? Like he's still got about a good
exactly
58, 59 minutes on this.
because time hasn't passed, but
Yeah,
Yep.
that's
Your-
crazy.
Which means I still
your
have
wounds
my
are healed.
godlike stats at the moment.
Nice.
Yeah, your wounds have
Good.
healed. Your mind has restored its magics, and Grizz is
Wow,
now
what a
sound asleep on
bed.
it. But the springs are breaking. You can hear Grizz as he's like laying on it with all of his weight. The springs is like and another one bust.
Yeah. Tanner, come sleep on the bed whilst you got a chance. And
What?
then I'm gonna look at Helidus for a moment and go, as much as I enjoy you being a chicken, dispel magic.
Okay,
That's
That should work
horrible!
on polymorph, right?
sorry.
But I need to roll.
You
But
you?
can dispel it, but polymorph is a 6th level spell.
fourth
Oh,
level.
4 spell slot. Yeah,
But
that's spell.
because my special ability lasts 10 minutes, I can't roll lower than a 15 on a wisdom check.
Well played. All right, so your magic does pluck him clean, and you see Helidus there. But I need Helidus to give me a Constitution saving throw
All right.
because after having been turned into a chicken and already having suffered some effects from earlier curses, I want to see if anything lingers. Wow, nope.
Hopefully not.
Perhaps it's the restorative properties of the bed that you're now laying upon that heartens your constitution. But yeah, you don't feel any adverse effects, and it looks like he's been fully restored, except for that one strange tattoo or burning. It's more like a brand on his forehead with that chicken foot.
What has happened? I was trying to, give Grizz and Tanner a little bit of inner fire. And the magic's deceived me again. So sick of that.
Well, we're all rested
Where's
up.
Knight? What's going on?
Knight's trapped in the ethereal. We defeated the nightmare, and he has no other way to get back, according to Lady Mora, who unfortunately did not. Well, she turned into mist. I don't know if that's fatal for her.
Missed.
Yeah.
Tanner, did you hear that? I'm sorry.
I'm getting feedback here.
I think it's
might be
not
from-
fatal for vampires, though, right?
I don't
Tanner,
think
tell
it
me
is.
it's not fatal for vampires.
I'm not an expert.
I know that most vampires have extraordinary regenerative properties, but never really fought one myself. Though legends say that normal blades and weapons don't just kill things outright, that vampires are already dead.
We'll be
Well,
all right then. Maybe she went to the Shadowfell.
the blow that hit her would have killed a normal mortal being, but she turned into dust, not into a body. So
I'm going to cast message
Regardless.
quickly. I'm going to quickly cast message, point at Die, and be like,
Careful. I think he likes you a little bit. need him in sound mind.
Well,
Dreamy Tanner.
yeah.
I'll point at Daya with that message.
Daya
Say
gives Ember a look, as if to say, "Yeah, I'm all right, fine." Says, but the mist did go away, so maybe I don't know.
And
She had a plan. She had a plan, and she told us to leave him to her. So I'm gonna trust that she knew what she was doing, because, well, she knew what she was doing.
True. And
That
Knight did
that woman
seem
was
to be
no
going
fool.
after the mist, so it suggests that there's more to it than meets the eye, but at least for now. But the problem is, where do we go next?
You
Hey,
will
Grizz,
hear a
can you look at them? Oh no, you don't have your spyglass anymore. Damn it.
no, but he can
Okay.
tell you what he saw in a second.
Did you?
But
Okay.
you will hear a twanging noise and then an almighty snap, and it brings Tanner and Grizz to their attention because they both kind of just nap for about a minute or so, and you can see the bed has actually collapsed in and snapped, and both Grizz and Tanner are like they kind of roll together into the middle in a pile, and they're like,
Get out
get
of
up,
there!
mate.
Get off it! Get off it!
It tried to eat me.
Did you break
It's a
the magic
mimic.
bed, boys?
I guess that
And
was the one-time use that we were told about.
that, or we kind of overdid it a bit. I mean,
It was only a one-person bed. However,
Snug rushes in, like, what just happened?
I feel great, Snurg. Good night's sleep. Ready to face this awful
Oh,
creature
no.
now, finally. Where is it? It's
You
still in the
broke the
ethereal. How
bed.
do we get it back? Yeah, fix it, Snurg.
Well,
Oh, I can't fix
Grizz,
this.
didn't you say it had left? Knight had left.
I saw her going towards the south, and then my thingy broke and broke into my eyes.
was the horse still there?
The horse was not moving or getting up.
Daya, just for the sake of completion, because she's gonna bamf back into the ethereal plane. Kick around the curtains and see if the horse is still there, and if Knight is not. And if she can, she will just slit the horse's throat, make sure it's not getting back up, and bamf back.
The horse is indeed still not moving, and it is the Knight is nowhere to be seen, nor is Lady Mora.
I'm not gonna go after Knight, but I want to make sure that this horse is not coming back.
Yeah. You kneel down next to the horse. There is perhaps a thought at the back of your mind. The same horse you met in the stables.
Mm.
That look of longing that wanted to come back into the
Yeah,
hut. They didn't want
shit.
to leave without potentially finding their mate. And you promised them something that you would perhaps help them in whatever way you could, but it might be that this creature, there's no way of really bringing them back.
Daya's, I think she feels sorry for it as an animal. Like she does feel a certain amount of almost abstract regret, because this is an animal it didn't choose. It didn't choose to who it served, it didn't choose its purpose, but at the same time, it's no longer a Pegasus. It's no longer the mate of the creature.
Ambo.
Did I hear
So
D&D for something?
what?
Again?
Tanner's back.
We didn't die against Knight.
About to witness a euthanasia. Welcome.
You're in a bit of a
Uh,
stalemate.
Alright.
This sad moment as this nightmare that lays
this is
before
like
you.
killing a vampire in the Buffy Summers world, where it's not the person it used to be, and this is a mercy.
It's
And she's
very,
gonna be
very
she's gonna be
dire.
pretty businesslike about it. And this is not a creature she can redeem. So
Let me load in. I may be able to help.
Okay. With that, then you finish the job, making sure this creature
Yep.
cannot be used for evil anymore. Cannot be
Yeah.
used to potentially bring back night and
Yep. She
the
she
life.
didn't enjoy hurting it, but this is a
Oh,
yeah.
that's sad, man. That's
This is businesslike.
that whole like Pegasus nightmare thing hit me pretty hard. It was really sad.
Oh.
Fuck. Sad story.
But you have put
Closure.
closure down, yeah. And as you do this, there is the reins that are still on this creature, and you see there is embroidery on it, and it says Penendra.
Penendra.
Conundrum. Well, its mate is still somewhere out there. Saw's wings, unfortunately, clipped, but maybe
Hopefully
it would.
free.
If we could ever find it, it might. Who knows where it would be?
Perhaps we still may be able to reunite them once more.
The reins are in
Possibility.
the ethereal plane. Can I bring them back to the material
We
plane?
can bring back objects, I would assume so. So otherwise we'd lose our clothes when we transported.
True. Yes.
Yeah, you do
Uh,
transport with your belongings. Yes.
all right. If she's with it enough to notice that that the reins are Pegasus like, she'll bring them back. Just on the off chance.
All right.
That's sad,
Okay.
man. That good
And yeah.
storytelling.
That you see Dia reappear in the material, holding a set of reins, knowing that the deed has been done.
Yeah, so it was Dia. It was the.
I don't
It
know.
was. Oh,
I
I thought it might have been, but I wasn't sure.
it
I like that horse. She was nice. I don't
She
like
was
what they
ni-
did to it. It wasn't lawful. It wasn't fair.
It's despicable what they did to that creature.
I agree, Tanner. Real despicable. It was a beautiful horse. I was hoping maybe one day you'd get to ride it, as we are viewed upon by our many followers. As we fly above.
A steed, unfortunately, like that is not fit for someone like me.
One second there.
They belong with at least somebody of the stature of Raziel, for sure.
Yes, Clog or Clog. 1 second, I'm talking to my friends. You'll get your treat soon. Just hang on.
And I'll turn back to Tanner.
Yeah, it would have been glorious, Tanner. Think how if you could have though. Think how majestic you would look. How much the people would look up to you as a hero, as a leader, as a person of power and beauty and elegance. What they did to that beast was short-sighted and foul.
Tanner looks more of a face of mourn than like understanding of what you're explaining.
If you guys don't mind, I'm gonna take a minute here. Something hasn't sat right with me for a while. This staff here, this Castellan staff. Castellan is a keeper of sorts, a one who guards, one who protects, one who a steward, if you will. But also, this is clearly made for one who keeps the earth, keeps an affinity over earth. Although a nice piece, and I do miss Tyro. However, it seems to be fallen into my hands. I thought maybe we could make it a little bit more suitable for one who wishes to guard and watch over flames. Emberborn, you are now a child, I guess, of mine. I don't know.
more appropriate. Oh, fuck it. Let's see what happens. And I'll stick the Castellan staff head first. Like it's called that geometric head, right? Like that square. Like I'll stick that head of it kind of into the mouth of the fucking hungry.
Okay.
And
The hungry cauldron.
yeah, and still holding on to it at its base, but and I don't know. I guess trying to hope that
that's an animal. It's
Something.
it's something. Yeah.
Is it gonna know how to wield a magical?
That's what I'm trying to think. How to make it understand what I'm trying to get it to change to. How does that work?
So Snag might be able to aid you on this little bit of magical assistance
Tinkering.
here. Yeah, tinkering. Crud is obviously awaiting what's going on. Like, he's curious enough to poke his head out, and his mouth is kind of slopping and drooling at the sight of this magical item. And as soon as you stuff it into his mouth, he's kind of like gargling and choking, but he's actually beginning to swallow the thing. And it doesn't fully submerge, however. Like the end of it's kind of sticking out, almost like it's a big stirring ladle. And you can hear the cruds is in there and speaks from the cauldron. But like last time, he's barely like intelligible. You can hardly make out what he's saying, and something like "Not that one of two."
Guys, what did he say? What two? What two? What two?
Watch Wheel
one
of Time.
Two?
One of two. Oh, he needs two. Oh,
Maybe.
Snurg, did that make sense to you?
One of
Can you
two.
understand it?
So there's a lot of experimenting going on in this place, and you can see he's actually wearing a hat with a very large feather coming out the top of it.
Awesome.
And he says, "Yeah, this thing usually combines stuff together. So have at it with it. If you've got something else in mind, maybe stick it in and stir it around."
I'm gonna
Tanner,
go into this room and just start rummaging through the shelves to see if there's anything there. Sorry, you were putting the stuff of
Castellan staff.
Sorry,
it's a
Castellan
wall
stuff.
of stone.
You have a ring of
stone.
fire resistance, do you not? It's kind of got some fire.
No, I
resistance.
have gauntlets.
Yeah, the gauntlets.
I will look.
I need something fiery.
You think
I got nothing.
Because I was thinking
I could throw my bottle in there, but that would be fucking no.
Because
I don't think the Afridi in there would appreciate that.
I was thinking if you put like, when I say opposite, something that counteracts it. So if you put water in, earth against water, etc.
What do you get if you get earth against water? You get a staff of mud.
I mean, that could be useful in its own way.
Okay, I'll just try and look for an. I'll use the magic lens.
Prismatic lens.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna take a look to see what in this room is magical.
That thing shattered.
No, the implement of examination shattered.
Yeah.
Oh, I have a fire opal worth 1,000 gold pieces. You know what? I'm gonna chuck a fire opal in there, and it's fine. You're gonna bleed me dry, aren't you? Let's just make sure you give me what I want. And I'll throw the fire opal worth 1,000 gold pieces here into.
Tanner will run out with a pencil, like put this in with it. Oh no!
And I'll chuck it into its mouth. Feed on that.
Yeah. You see him actually begin to chew on it like it's a gobstopper. And what you'd think was a very hardy gem that's probably been forged by the pressure of the volcano, it starts to break away and melt. Maybe it's the acid, maybe it's something else. But Tanner would see it. In your prismatic lens, there is a geyser of transmutation magic that just shoots up and then swirls back down into the cauldron. And it's like nothing you've ever seen on this scale before. It's like transmutation has just become the most powerful magic out of all the schools. And Crud is simply melting away this opal and then coating it over the tip of this staff. And there's swirling and mixing going on, but it looks like it's a process that might take a little while. Snoke
Right.
helps it along and just helps stir it. Meanwhile, Tanner, as you're looking around, the hat that Snoke is wearing is magical as well. Very magical. Kind of giving off illusion magic. And what else? Let's see.
Illusion. Interesting.
Yes, it is giving off illusion. There are all kinds of orbs and trinkets that give off some faint magic. In fact, there's a collection of what most people would understand to be common magic items. There's just like assortments of them. So just a quick example, like there's like an alchemy jug. There's little amulets. There's like jewels, like magical jewels.
So more things to withhold magic rather than magical items themselves.
No, they are magic items.
Are they
Give
things that
me
we
an
would be able
Arcana check.
to use?
An Arcana check.
Yeah.
Nope.
What did you get?
Worthless. Junk. 3.
3. Okay, yeah. You're having trouble recognizing a lot of these, so that perhaps you are seeing them as maybe they're magical storages, or perhaps they're pieces that are being put together. But
Hey Tanner, what's up with these candles over here? What are these?
Walk
Walk
the
over them,
candles.
use the lens over them.
Yeah, the lens does give off a magic of necromancy.
Yep, these
In
suck.
fact, you see the slight
Yeah, stay away
smoke
from
coming off
those.
of them.
Please, stay away from those. Just trust me. I don't want to talk about that. Stay away.
Why?
Yeah, the
What would
smoke.
happen if we snuff them out?
No, snuff you out, eh?
No, we won't be snuffing them out.
Oh.
Heladus has been nervous around them since we got here.
Oh. Okay.
They take lives. They take. You snuff them out, and then they'll snuff you, Daya. They take balance. Those are candles. Just don't touch them.
What do you know?
I just know.
Why would she
Heladus,
have these then?
we've been traveling for a while now. What happened?
Whatever. Yeah, it's these candles that did it, Tanner. They made me kill Senrith. They did this.
Wait, they told you?
They gave me an ultimatum. It was him or me. Yeah, and I'm destined for great things, Daya. I've got the blood of Afridi. I can't die in this place. No, of course they gave me no choice.
Who gave you this ultimatum?
The candles, Tanner. Are you not listening?
The candles spoke to you.
Yes.
And they said they told you that if we snuff them out, bad things would happen?
No. Well, I've got when we first got here, my understanding of flame, it was growing. I've since come to master it, as you can see by this staff that I'm building for myself. I will become a Castellan of fire. But the thing is, Daya, it wasn't always like this. It took me some time. Even great people like me take time to realize their destiny. And I may have, just snuffed one of the candles just to understand it a bit better.
Out of curiosity, is one of them still
Yeah, is it
snuffed
still
out?
snuffed out, Chris?
It is, and Tanner, you can see where that candle snuffed out. There is the smoky skull that's just sort of drifting there.
Huh.
That candle there did it to me, Tanner.
I like
It
that.
forced my hand.
Oh, cool.
Oh my god, that's
Any of the other candles snuffed out of curiosity?
No, they are not.
Come on, Fred, what's taking so long?
Oh, so yeah, Snurg's still stirring it around, and it takes a minute or so. You know, it's not instant.
I'm really busy. I don't want to answer any more questions about candles. They're
Okay with your other stuff. Eridanus has also looked over this couple of tables. There is open books, as well as cloaks, amulets, wands. There's a hat, a gem, and various instruments as well.
As part of the long rest, would we have been able to reshuffle our spells? Because I know that's normally a long rest, but this was a special long rest, so I wasn't sure.
I will allow you to re-prepare your spells. Yes.
Okay.
Oh, what was it that gave us a long rest?
The magic
So
bed.
when you
magic bed.
you sat on the bed and felt a great sense of comfort and relaxation. And as soon as you and Grizz landed on it, the bed sprang, and you heard like the wooden slats snap, and you basically broke it, both of you. But you
Wow.
did get the long rest.
I
Which
am
is you.
going to reshuffle my
It was
spells as
it was
well.
discovered by accident when a chicken wandered upon it.
Mhm.
Nice. Oh god.
What was you going to ask, Eridanus?
Shuffle my spells. No, I'll take that.
Oh, that's
Okay,
right, the
but,
spells. Yeah, sorry. Okay, that's fine.
So, whilst all these
Yeah.
conversations are going on, I will. Eridonis just sort of calls over to Snurg. How long are you going to be? Like, talking like 10 minutes, or are we talking like a few seconds? With the whole stirring thing?
It may take a little bit longer. I don't know.
come on, Craig.
Oh, Brad's doing a good job by the looks. Oh, it's nearly done. I just rolled a natural 20 for you. Yep.
Wow.
He starts to pull it out, and you see where the staff was a kind of square shape, is maybe melted slightly. But in that same vein, the gem has given it this coating of fiery opal. In fact, it looks like the staff was made of the fire opal to begin with.
Nice.
So, like,
And it looks cool.
oh yeah, there's this kind of glittering spark to it that almost kind of gives off the idea of like sparks and flames of a roaring fire. This thing
Great.
has definitely changed, and whereas once before it had conjuration magic, it's now giving off some sort of evocation.
Ooh. What have I created, Chris? What have I created? Is it
Snugglers,
no
and it's like,
longer a Castellan staff?
I don't know what this thing is or does.
A staff meant for
Here you
assault in
go.
a flame, Snurg. That's what this is.
And he passes it to you, and oh, he's hot to the touch. Ouch.
Perfect.
I'll spend 10 minutes reattuning to it
Okay. All right.
as people are going about the
Yeah,
room
in
and
which
inspecting
case,
and
as
such.
he's spending the time to reattune, I'm going to ritually cast Detect Magics, just so I've got that up, and I'm going to have a look around myself, around these items, see if anything catches my eye.
Give me an Arcana check.
Okay. Slapping guidance. Actually, is guidance concentration? I always forget that.
Yeah.
It serves.
Weirdly, it is, so.
Yeah, that's by design. It'd be even more powerful if it wasn't.
16. All right. You identify a number of these items as, like I mentioned before, they're common magical items. Let's start with the amulet. The amulet is. God, where is it? Had it a second ago. Let's start with the hat. The hat is a hat of disguise, and Snug is still wearing it. He doesn't know what it does, but
Right.
Snug is wearing a hat of disguise. At least that's what you recognize it as.
Yeah. Snug, I think that hat can change shape, possibly.
Eh?
say to him. I think it's magic. It's a hat of disguise.
Oh,
Might have other things that it does, but that's what it seems like.
Looks like
Snug
a
will
pirate.
will give it a go. Snug always wanted to be a sultan. Yeah. He starts turning
What?
into
No.
Helidus,
You have to earn that, Snurg.
but a more like muscular and taller Helidus, a more handsome Helidus.
You see the flames on Helidus' head just really light up pretty quick.
Oh
He's
man,
just
this is good.
glaring at Snurg.
And the hat itself like
Yes.
transforms into like a golden turban. Wow, this thing's cool. And the feather is still present, but it's now like at the front.
I like that the feather is actually changed, so it's almost like a flame-like pattern. Or
Snurg, I
something.
will not
Yeah.
take this disobedience,
It
this
looks like
insult.
it looks like a phoenix feather.
Snurg, get back here!
Run away. He
Back here!
goes round
Now!
behind-
Insubordinates! Snurg!
I mean, you can't have a go at him. He's the Sultan.
He shuts the
He's no
curtain.
sultan! He's spider! Wretched, filthy spider!
Maybe he's the Spider Sultan. You don't know.
Adonis,
he
you're not
goes behind
helping!
He goes behind the curtain and like shuts it. As you like chase after him and pull it open again, you suddenly see Eleanor is standing there before you.
Snurg.
Ember is conflicted.
What the?
What? What's the matter? It's me, Eleanor, the fair.
Hang
And you
on.
can see there's more eyes than there should be.
Huh.
They got like two
Here,
extra
this
pairs of
is
eyes
an
on the
insult,
forehead.
Snurg. I won't forget about this. Enough
you
of you,
can't
fool.
You came to
Surrounded
save
by
me. Eleanor, no, you came to save me.
Snurg.
You're
Get
my
away from me.
savior.
My hands light up with a little bit of flame.
Yeah, I'll just
Get
take
Back
the.
from me now, Snurg.
I'm gonna take Snurgalina,
Snurgalina.
Snurgler. There we go. By the wrist, and just be like, just kind of shake my head as he goes to follow, just with a more of a stern look.
Adonis is just chuckling as he continues to look over these items.
You see, he's like in the process of turning into Lady Mora, and then you see him like
you just.
you
I can't even. I can't even show.
I'm just
Just
trying
see
to.
kind of
little fucking
just-
asshole is.
just kind of point at him like a "Don't you fucking dare!"
yeah, it kind of gets halfway through the transformation, and then he drops it. He's like, okay, no, yeah, fine. And he's going back. The gem is actually a ruby of the War Mage, which is a cool
What is that?
item that allows.
If you attach it to a weapon, you can basically use your weapon as your arcane focus, I believe.
Exactly.
That
That way
works.
you don't have to worry
Oh
about
wow,
having no free hands. The
that's great if you were a fighter with the arcane. I don't know what it's called, Eldritch Knight.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
that'd be cool.
there is a wand. Okay, so the wand, that one I'll say with the 16, you don't quite recognize, but you could probably have a good guess as to what it does, based on the school of magic that it's kind of giving off, and it is enchantment magic on the wand. Only like a minor enchantment by the looks. Most of these items you can all see are like common magic items, which you wouldn't
Yeah.
expect perhaps in the quarters of Baba Yaga. You'd expect perhaps something more grandiose or powerful. But
Yeah.
looking around the tables, it looks as though these are here for the purposes of experimenting, perhaps.
As a punishment for Snurg, I shall test out the wand on him. I'm just going to point it at him.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
No!
that's an act of aggression.
It is. So you wisdom save. What's your save, Veridanis?
My
What is
save
it
is
now?
currently
Well, what's
a
the ones?
17.
So-
Okay.
Wouldn't it go by the ones, save?
It would
I don't know,
normally go
whatever.
with the ones, but I
Whatever
can't
you guys
find
do.
out what the ones is up right now, so I'm just going to use Eridanis's. And it's kind of funny. So Snug fails the save, and you see his demeanor suddenly shift, and he's now frowning furiously, and his little mandibles are in a scowl. If that could be
Tables have
spotted.
turned, Snurg.
The opposite of a wand of smiles.
Yeah,
It's a wand of scowls.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Wand of
that's
scowls.
what I
Nice.
suspected it was. Something like one of those two.
What's the matter, Snurd? Woke up on the wrong side of the bed?
Oh,
And I'm
don't
like,
look at me.
And I'm like, now if you turn into Helidus, you'll have the right demeanor.
Oh, yeah.
Very.
Always hang.
But anyway,
Where's Knight? Are we safe here? What's happening?
I mean, he's trapped in the ethereal plane.
I understand that, but how long?
Until he gets a new nightmare.
And
Or finds
yeah, you
another way
kind of
out.
stop that. You stopped the other nightmare from being
Yeah.
made, so
He may be a permanent spectre upon the ethereal, which is terrifying in its own way, but...
and then the night boar is something he killed in his own hubris.
Yeah.
Nightboard.
Nightboard.
And you said there were
What's that?
instruments as well.
There
And an
is, yeah.
amulet. And a cloak.
Okay.
Let's-
Yep.
Let's inventory this stuff before we move on.
Yeah.
The cloak is a
want
cloak of
things.
billowing.
Cloak of billowing.
So purely for looking dramatic.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
And
Diet takes that.
Yep.
the amulet, you can hear a slight ticking coming from
It's
it.
a clockwork
And as you
amulet,
inspect it,
isn't it?
yeah, you inspect it a bit more closer, and you can see there are interlocking cogs and gears.
I can't remember what that one does. I
It
know
makes any roll of a dice a 10
Oh.
once for long rest.
Is that an attunement thing?
Could be. We'll check. I'll double check for you.
Because
But
that's... could be
yeah,
useful.
it's actually alright. It's a one-off thing, but
So, does it make the dice roll 10 or the result
Yeah,
after
yeah.
adding?
no,
the
yeah.
bonus?
You before you roll, you go. This is a 10.
And then do you add your bonuses on top of that, or is it just?
Yes, of course. Yeah, it's the dice roll is 10.
Yeah.
No, okay.
That's actually not a. Oh, but it's only attack rolls.
All right.
Hmm.
And finally, the instrument is an instrument of illusions. All just common magical items.
Yeah.
Which you can find very easily on the pop out, or even just. It isn't an attunement.
No. I'm gonna give.
When you roll an attack, you can forego rolling the d20, get a 10 on the dice. Only on an attack roll.
I'll give that to Dyer and explain what it does. Basically, once per day, you've got a pretty average. Basically, you're going to roll a 10 plus your bonuses on an attack roll, which for you is like a plus 9 on an attack or something. So plus 10 on an attack. So it's immediately a flat 20. Once.
Okay.
That's kind of useful. It could be.
That's useful. Yeah. Can it be used on death saving throws?
No, it's
Just
attack
attacks.
rolls only.
Just attack rolls. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Not bad.
I'm trying to add it to your sheet.
Yeah.
Was that everything? I think. Yeah. Was.
Oh yeah, I forgot it's a +2. So then it's like a 22 or something to hit because of your +6 plus your +4 proficiency +2. So that's like a minimum +10 +12. It's pretty cool.
Nice.
Pretty much one
okay.
guaranteed hit a day of your staff. So if you need to connect, that's
Yeah.
it'd be a 20 with your fists or a 22 with your staff.
Yeah, I was
So
gonna
that's
give it
pretty
to
good.
Tanner, but for Dyer it's a more guaranteed hit. So
Thank you.
Pretty good.
yeah.
Clever.
There's nothing else really here of interest, but whilst he's got text magic up, he's also going to have a wander around. He's actually going to go into the room with the bed and see if he can see anything in there.
There is a fireplace. It's actually roaring, and there is a strange metallic chest. Actually, yeah, which doesn't look like anything you've seen before, but Dyer would recognize it.
It's a mimic.
There's a bedside table, left, and there is a strange altar with a round pedestal in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
It's just devoid of anything. No ornaments there. And then lastly, there is the standing mirror, which is from the base of the floor all the way to the ceiling. That's everything in that chamber.
Hey, Grizz, do you remember seeing anything in this mirror when you had your little trinket thing?
Oh, I didn't get a look at the mirror, but I did see there was some kind of illusion on the pedestal.
The crown, right? I remember the crown.
Oh yeah, that's it.
Seen that before.
But there isn't a crown there at the moment, right? It's just a pedestal.
Right.
Eridanus considers this, and probably because it's still up, I think he's just going to temporarily bamf to the ethereal to see if the crown's in the ethereal.
Ah, Baba Yaga, hello.
Knight standing there with a sword, like next to the pieces. No, it's it is not in the ethereal plane. No.
Which would suggest it's okay. Eridanus bamfs back, and then still. As he's got detect magic up, if he's looking at this, can he see any form of illusion magic, like an aura of illusion or anything?
Yeah, it feels because obviously illusion is doing its best to be out of eye's sight, but you know that something's there, and as you concentrate and focus in on it, there does appear to be a ripple of illusion magic. Yes.
Eridanus considers this for a moment, and he's just like, probably going to regret this, but he's just going to get his staff and just tap where he thinks the crown will be and try to knock it off of the pedestal. See if anything happens.
So your staff passes straight through, not hitting or connecting with anything. But what you do see instead, out of the corner of your eye, there's a ripple of the same kind of illusion magic, this time from the mirror. Almost as if you knocked the crown off the pedestal in the mirror's reflection.
So if I look in the mirror, can I see the crown in the mirror?
Yes, you can.
Okay.
And you've just knocked it onto the floor.
Okay. Eridanus is going to keep looking in the mirror and then walk around and go to pick up the crown, but so that his reflection does as well.
Yep, that's exactly how it works. You don't feel anything in your hands there, but you definitely see your reflection bending down, picking up this black opal crown, and it's in your hands.
I consider this for a moment. I'm like, Helidus, you wanted a crown, right? You want to be a ruler. Want to try this one on that only appears in the mirror?
Crown, what are you talking about?
Oh, come have a
Sorry,
look. It's like an opal crown thing.
Right, I'll be right back. Seems my lesser companion requires some assistance. What crown?
Well, look in the mirror, and you'll see it in the mirror.
I look in the mirror. Do I see a crown?
Yeah, you're seeing this kind of image here. It's like a queen's monarch crown. There is jagged spikes around the frame, and there's yeah.
Sorry, when we went through the, I didn't mean to interrupt your description. I'm sorry, Chris. But when we went through the vision quests with Granny Whitaker, were we privy to each other's visions? Like, could we see them in detail?
If I remember correctly,
I think we
you're all
traveled
staring
together
into
through them.
You were. You're basically like a fly on the wall, seeing them happen. So
Did I make
yeah,
some kind of intelligence check to see if I recognize that crown from her vision?
I would
If
say
that is
you
the
don't need
same
to
one?
roll. You don't need to roll. That is exactly the same one. You saw it, and it was a very vivid vision. Most of you have been talking about it constantly out of game. It is exactly that.
Eridanus, here's the thing, you idiot. That's not my crown. That's a crown of an elf queen, and she walks among us.
I don't know. It's a crown, and you're the one who's always on about being a ruler.
No, it's not mine. It's Daya's crown.
Okay, Daya, do you want to try on this mirror crown?
Is it a dangerous crown? I feel like this is a trap somehow.
I mean, it looks opaly. It's got gems on. It looks
It's
like
not
a crown fit for a queen.
It's not a trap. Remember I told you you're destined for this. This is we'll
But
we'll
I'm
be
just
great.
telling you that's not how elf society works.
Well, I saw the vision too, Daya. This crown's made for your head.
She will.
Mm.
She'll pick up the mirror crown, or kind of watch it, and it's definitely a moment of uncertainty because when she had the vision, she didn't feel like it was a crown for her. She felt like it was a crown for Baba Yaga, and that it was a dangerous thing. But things have changed in the hut recently, and things are getting more dangerous. So she will put it on, which is
Ooh,
not
reckless. I like it. Nice. Let's go.
It's
Okay.
no longer time to be cautious. Like things are
As you
heating up. She would never have touched this in 1,000 years,
as you
except
begin to don it, you just see Ember's muted expression just turn into a sly smile, like excitement, seeing his companion realize her greatness.
Okay. Yeah.
And his
This is
stupid.
yeah, this is fatalistic. She's expecting to be cursed by this.
Oh my god.
okay.
One, go.
And welcome back. Okay, so before Daya places that crown on her head and everything unfolds, we're going to skip back a minute, to where Tana was in the southwest portion of Baba Yaga's quarters. There is tables laid out with open books, and you can see these similar books to perhaps ones you'd find in the library, the Grand Library, where Daruka works. And sure enough, one particular book stands out amongst the rest, where you can see bookmarks and tabs and all kinds of circled and underlined things. This is, yes, she did. She wrote in a book. It's heresy, but still, nonetheless, this is a book on the Shadowfell. You can see the spine immediately depicts the intricacies and legends of the Shadowfell.
Fuck. Okay, so first instantly I'm going to see what pages are bookmarked in this as Tanner picks up and starts flicking through.
Okay, yeah, it's a hefty tome. In fact, there's a few volumes as well, and each of them with their own little bookmarks. So give me an investigation check, and we'll see which ones stick out.
Why can't I find investigation? That's intimidation. There we go. Natural 20. Let's go. Let me find my demigod.
Please. Good job.
Oh my god!
Tell me everything.
Okay, I will honestly admit that I was expecting a crap roll, and all I was going to give you were like hints and fragmented pieces. But you just went ahead and steamrolled that with it. It's not just a natural 20; it's you've actually got some intelligence, so it turns out to be a 21, which is really good. Okay, wow, there is a lot of bookmarks. To begin, there are the actual Shadowfell and where it fits into the Great Wheel, knowing already that it is sort of a demi-plane, plane of shadow, a dark reflection of the material plane. A lot of this information is already sort of stuff you may already know, and it's flowed out from the ethereal, but it's a mirror of the material, and it's the other side of the coin to the Feywild. You flick through some pages, getting to the good stuff. You see the description on the environment and how it actually is built. A lack of color, a lack of sun or moon or stars, is a vault of inky black sky. Things look as though they've had everything leached out of them, leaving nothing but black and white, which in the dimness is more like dark black and light black. Sources of light could be seen at like half the distance, and flames and heat would be kind of put out or diminished. Spells which encompass light and fire are also less predictable and prone even just to outright failure, whereas shadow spells and things that rely on illumination, or sorry, not illumination, illusion, can be enhanced. Continues on, and you flick through some more of the arcane passages. You come to phenomena, which are definitely something that she's taken interested in. There's bookmarks and circles around stuff known as shadow stuff, and
Shadow stuff.
it's called shadow stuff. It's apparently material that the Shadowfell could be manipulated by illusionists to form semi-real monsters and quasi-real evocations that were still effective to a lesser degree, even if the target successfully disbelieved the illusion, almost like living illusions. Something that kind of harkens to something you may have already seen, weirdly, but nonetheless, it's interesting. There's tools of illusionists, people being able to create shadow wells, spells that turn a creature's shadow into a temporary gateway into the Shadowfell. If successful, the victim could be sucked into the Shadowfell through his or her own shadow.
So it's turning a creature into a portal to the
Yeah,
Shadowfell.
weirdly, there's all kinds of stuff that just you've never heard of on the material plane that can work here in the Shadowfell.
By any chance, does it say what kind of creature can be turned?
Any like humanoids, any kind of creatures. I mean, in fact, can already see most commonly of all is like mastiffs. They're an easy one to summon and shape. Seems the Shadowfell has this kind of perhaps hound-like hunger for light and life, and that manifests very easily into that of a mastiff. You've seen these creatures before. It's very obvious from these passages that she's been perhaps practicing summoning her own.
Does it consume the creature, or does the creature just create it?
They are simply created out of this stuff known as shadow stuff.
Oh, okay, right.
Yeah. But normal illusions are just that. They're nothing. But these still have the ability to actually attack and rip and tear effectively. The next chapters, you kind of flick through some phenomena. Like, it seems like she's dabbled in a few of this, but nothing that's actually gained her full attention. Just sort of like, I'll look into that sort of thing. But it's nothing that's really sparked her imagination yet. Then you open up a chapter on history, and there's a lot of. This is probably more like the tome, like a separate tome. So you put that one down, pick up another. There is a
Right.
lot of history, and most of it isn't highlighted. But there is one particular bookmark. It seems to be perhaps on the origin of the Shadowfell. So you flick past the the Netherese city, the Black Horde, the year of lightning storms, but past all of that, the origin is something that has piqued her interest. And there are some legends surrounding it about how it was created. Some believe that it spontaneously formed as a demiplane out of the ethereal. Others speculate that it was created by a god, but not just any god. We're talking about god of gods, like the first ones, a being known as Shah, the mistress of night, goddess of darkness. They are an almighty powerful deity, like greater pantheon we're talking. And their realm was originally on the plane of shadow. They had a tower that had no obvious entrances called the Tower of Loss, and she would trap those who enjoyed their freedom inside, savoring their despair at their loss. But it's only rumored that she created it. She's become sort of synonymous with the Shadowfell, but nothing really points to her but her being its creator. Just that she kind of commands it and has dominion there. It's not strictly written that she's the creator, but just a myth. Continuing on, though.
Very quickly, that
Oh yeah,
was the Tower of Loss.
yes.
Does it depict anything of what I saw in my vision of Raziel? Like a
The
description
vision you
of
saw of like the great wasteland and
yeah.
ruined towers. Yeah, you could probably put that to a description. Same sort of desolate landscape. Everything in the Shadowfell kind of mirrors the material, but a ruined or
Sorry,
or bad
more the
outcome.
location itself. So within the Shadowfell itself, because if I remember correctly, Raziel was on some form of throne when we found him.
Yes, yes,
He
he
was in a
was.
ruined land, yeah.
It
Within,
was.
was it within a cathedral?
It was. It was the Cathedral of Weep.
Oh,
But
okay,
it
so he's in the Shadowfell of Weep. Perfect.
exactly. Now you're kind
Oh,
of
I didn't
getting
know
an
that.
idea.
Boom.
Yep,
Oh,
that's
that's huge.
exactly the way you
So we,
saw
so
it.
we,
Now we know where
okay.
he is. Now we know how to
Yeah,
get
we
there.
just need to figure out how to fucking get there. We got to go to Weep, and
Well, we need some of this.
it's a
This
mirror,
shadow.
right?
We need some of
Shadow
this shadow
stuff.
stuff to be able to
Yeah.
get there.
That's one way to get there. There are other passages on shadow crossings, which are dark places, places of death that are often natural openings to the Shadowfell. For example, like at the bottom of a crypt might be in the darkest recesses, there might be a dark passage that just leads on, and before you know it, you've ended up in the Shadowfell. Other places
Channel.
might be at the bottom of an open grave, or a place where loads of death has occurred, like a battlefield, and like on a darkest night, on like maybe a new moon, maybe then a shadow crossing opens. There
Tanner
are
will
natural
kind of
places.
like look around the room and will just be thinking to himself, it's like, there's plenty of death here. Perhaps
Yeah,
one's already opened.
indeed. And you've already seen there's a portal to different planes.
Mm.
So, though it is sort of circled the Tower of Loss, but there's no real reason for it. Perhaps you're getting closer. You think perhaps what she's looking for within these tomes. The origin interests her. This tower interests her, and let's see. You don't most notably you don't see any like religious texts on Shah. You'd think maybe maybe she's interested in like usurping someone or something, but no, there's no religious text on Shah. She doesn't seem to be interested in the pantheon or anything like that. She's focused on the Shadowfell, and the next tome you pick up is one which is most heavily bookmarked. It's called notable locations.
Oof. Oh, fuck. Okay.
Yeah. This is what I don't get about the Shadowfell, because the Feywild mirrors the material, right? But the Feywild looks nothing like the material. Like
But
the
it's
way you
the other
travel
side
about.
of the coin.
I get that, but the Shadowfell, like, do things in the Shadowfell, do they look like is there two
Yeah.
is there two weeps? One that's like Shadow Weep, and the other one's
Yep.
just Weep.
Yeah.
But a
Think of
Feywild
it-
is not like that.
So
Well,
the
the
way
thing
that I
is-
kind of the way that I kind of imagine it is you take a big circle in the center. You have the center of the universe, whatever that's going to be, and you have two discs, one on top and one below. The one at the bottom is the material plane. The one at the top is the Feywild. Now on that disc of the material plane, you have two sides to that, and that's where the Shadowfell, I imagine, is.
And the Feywild on the other side.
No, on the opposite side of the coin. To
Oh, okay, I see. Okay,
you see
yeah,
what I mean?
yeah. All right, got it.
In a way, I think the Feywild is still a reflection of the material, but it's almost like
It's almost its own plane then.
Exactly.
yes, but
Whereas Shadowfell is much more material plane, but just really fucking miserable and dark.
Exactly. Yes.
yeah, the
And
Shadowfell is like a shadow of the material plane, basically.
It's literally like the ethereal plane, but the ethereal is more a hazed version of the material, where the Shadowfell is literally a mirror of it.
Right.
But
with
like
all
things
with
be
all the
more
darkest
ruined.
outcomes.
Sorry.
So, for example, if the Church of Weep had been taken over by a crusade or some sort of blasphemous cult, and they burnt it to the ground, that's what would be left in the Shadowfell.
Okay.
If you saw Finkelbip in the Shadowfell, it would be the alternate timeline if the orcs ever found the gnomish village and burnt it to the ground and raided it. Yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Likewise, if you found what's the word? Gaidia in it might be a sunken city beneath the sands.
Okay. Interesting. So it's not. Things can be different then.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're absolutely different. They're the ruined, more desolate versions of them.
Negative.
So you are in a different place then. You're not like
You are.
because in the ethereal plane you're still kind of in the same place as the material. You're just in a different
Yeah.
state.
Yeah, there we
Seems
go.
like a different layer of the material plane almost. Whereas
Yeah, the ethereal.
Shadowfell, you're in a different
Derek,
place.
you have your player's handbook handy, don't you?
I do, yeah, and my DM's handbook.
Turn to page 303.
303. Okay, doing that right now.
Now,
So literally in the dead center, you have the three planes.
Okay, thanks, Cam.
It's actually kind of like the material plane, the Feywild, and the Shadowfell are all the same coin, but you have the material plane in the middle. It's actually really weird because the material plane circles both the Shadowfell and the Feywild.
That's what I'm having a hard time wrapping my head around.
So maybe the ethereal is even higher than even the Feywild or the Shadowfell.
The ethereal, from my understanding,
connects
is like
everything.
is the connection. It's the point
Yep.
between the planes.
It's the space between
Yeah.
space.
You could
It
go
is
in the
the-
ethereal in the Shadowfell.
Oh,
Yeah.
which is why it's actually got those faint lines
Yeah,
between the
'cause
material, the
I-
Feywild, and all the rest.
Because I think you can use the ethereal to travel to other planes,
Correct.
but it's difficult.
You
and
can.
there's something to do with colors.
I thought that was the
that-
astral plane.
That's
No.
that's getting into the astral, but you're getting close. The
Yep.
ethereal is like the thin layer between all planes. Everything has the ethereal plane.
That's a good
because it's
diagram,
stuck
Cam.
between stuffs,
Yeah,
right?
I've got you.
It's like the glue. But if you go deep into the ethereal, and I mean really deep into it, you will eventually start pushing into other realms. Yes, you can actually fall into the astral sea
Air and
through
water.
the ethereal,
Oh,
and you
okay.
can fall into the Shadowfell from the ethereal. You just
Ooh.
have to keep on pushing through and in deeper into the ethereal. So it's got different layers, but imagine the ethereal as the
Man.
space between space. Now, back to the Shadowfell.
Sorry.
Yeah,
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah. It's the thing is, it feels as though in a diagram it's separate, but as the more you read through these locations, you notice that they're interwoven. It's an entire world that is just beyond the realm of your perception. It's always there. When a negative emotion is expressed, it's manifested in the material and then seeps into the Shadowfell. It's not like it's sent far away to a distant land. No, everything is tied together, and you're starting to read these places where Weep once stands. There is a mirrored city as well, and it's got its own name, its own uh, denizens as well. Most notably, the Shadowkai, which are primarily elven, but they are a people that have learned to live and exist within the Shadowfell. People somehow eke out an existence in the draining, constant, degrading atmosphere. And staying alive isn't the worst part, it's trying to live. It's feeling alive, the hardest sensation, because emotions are constantly being drained here. People lose their sense of humanity, lose their memories. But nonetheless, going down after location, you see Mulsantir, Gloomwrought, the Shadow Swamp. It keeps on going. The City of Shade. You see that the Plane of Shadow isn't something that the Baba Yaga has quite interest in as much as something more tied to it, a legend perhaps. We'll get to that in a second, because it gets even weirder. Domains of dread are also present within the Shadowfell. Remote corners where dense planes are created by dark powers, served as prisons to trap creatures of extreme evil to serve as sustenance. When everyone is trying to drain and feed off of these things in the Shadowfell, it's a lot easier to set a trap and have your own little farm of creatures and beings there that you can feast upon. The thing is with the Shadowfell is it's not one place. Every single plane has a Shadowfell. And it's right here where your mind begins to blow and where your natural 20 start to come in to play. Because for anyone reading this, they'll be like, huh? Oh, that doesn't make sense. But you've already had a brief encounter with many planes. You've seen the city of fire in, or the city of brass within the plane of fire. And you've also stepped foot into the Feywild. You've seen planes of existence, and now knowing that each of these has its own dark reflection, it's starting to build up this huge mythos. And then you struck it, Tanner. You see an embroidered bookmark, one which has little decorative pictures drawn on it. They look like child's drawings, though. And at the bottom, you see that there's like a little stick figure drawing on the bookmark.
Oh fuck!
And it's very clearly like a blonde-haired girl
Oh fuck!
holding the hand of
Fuck!
her mother. And on the other side, there is also a dark-haired girl holding her hand on the other side.
Fuckity!
This chapter here, in notable locations, it's both a notable location and a legend. It's called, because of your natural 20, the Shining Citadel.
Shining Citadel.
The biggest legend in the Shadowfell is the legend of the Shining Citadel. It is born of the fact that the entirety of the plane of shadow has virtually no color, no hope, no light, no emotions. It is barren from everything that is exciting and alive. And the plane has been like this even before Shah summoned torrents of negative energy to suffuse the realm. Yes, this legend, if it's true, confirms that Shah is not the creator of the Shadowfell, but merely came here and flooded it with negative energy. When you enter the realm, you slowly but surely begin to drain away as your essence is pulled by some mystical entity or cosmic force. The same is true for memories, structures, anything. It all degrades and drains and fades. But where is it going? The legend of the Shining Citadel stipulates that a powerful entity with the strength of a god must have had a hand in the original creation of the Shadowfell, but a very, very long time ago. And an order of followers of said god perhaps got together and sucked all the life, light, and color from the realm in order to funnel that energy and build for that god the most beautiful and radiant citadel that the multiverse had ever seen. This story contends that this used to be a plane like unlike any other. Sorry, the plane itself, the Shadowfell, used to be like any other until the Citadel was constructed upon it and then began absorbing from the
Sucked it
realm.
all out.
Yep. It became the plane of shadow because everything was pulled out of it. It was drained.
Where would the Citadel be? Like, what would have happened to it?
You turn the pages to find out,
Oh, it's in
but there
fucking
is
wing.
no answers.
No.
Oh, come
There is
on!
no
Fucking-
answers.
What?
It seems as though there are only rumors.
Some kind of
and
like
legends.
oasis in the middle of the
It's-
shadow.
I'll finish. It just one more sentence. It says that the plane, though it is thought to be infinite, is so large that it contains a mirror of thousands and thousands of entire world. Because of its enormity, no one has ever found the Shining Citadel. But it is also said that those who never return from a visit to the deepest regions of the plane, perhaps they found it, but they've never returned. So how can one confirm?
And she was looking for something, some sort of way of guiding a way through, wasn't she? Like beacons or something to be able to navigate.
What would she do? Would she drain it of its magic like she did the comet? What would she?
Perhaps, or perhaps because of it's basically at that point it's a building or a citadel that has the power of an entire plane of existence. If you could, which
When-
is a reflection of all of the material planes across. Potentially, you could perhaps study it or even harness that power, perhaps.
The Citadel itself is a mirror to all worlds. You control that Citadel.
Potentially,
You
yeah.
control each and every plane of existence.
Or maybe the prime material plane is the Citadel.
That would be a really odd thing if if that was the case. I would love it if it was. Or the Feywilders, because again, that's a reflection, but and
Tanner's
has all
going
the
to
I don't
beauty
know.
and vibrancy of life and stuff.
Tanner's going to tear the last 2 pages out.
Okay.
Everything to do with the Citadel, he is going to just take a blade.
Oh, how do we?
Do you take the bookmark as well, or is that left there? That's out of interest.
No. No.
Okay. Nice.
I'm going to leave the bookmark.
All right. So you're heading back over to the
But
rest of the group.
I'm not going to put it back in the book. I'm just going to slide it out.
Got it. All right.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
take
want to
that,
kind
buddy.
of do
I
it
go.
neatly.
Not only have you lost your page, you've lost your pages.
Yeah, do you know what? I take out all the bookmarks.
Oh, God, that's okay. All right.
You're
Your
an
alignment
agent
changes.
of absolute chaos,
And I
Tanner.
love it.
You change from lawful good to chaotic good.
Just like that.
I'm already chaotic good.
Oh.
Oh no, I'm
Have you-
neutral good. I'm neutral good.
Okay.
Sliding down that alignment chart.
Yeah, we're all good. We're all good.
That's some crazy shit, guys. That is some crazy shit.
Yeah, so Tanner will of course come back. A
Does this
little
interact
more
with the
solemn,
star?
and he will reiterate what he's just said. What he's just found.
Okay.
Well,
She, what do you, God, what do you think all of this means? Is she searching for power? Is she trying to control this?
The comet passes through the Shadowfell and it got stuck there, right? Maybe she wanted to bring the comet to the tower somehow and have it all.
If the comet returns to the Shadowfell and somehow gets drained by going to the Shadowfell, then taking this Shining Citadel is supposed to be somewhere that's drained everything. If you could get the comet there and somehow follow that draining of magic, you might be able to find where it's going to, which would probably be the Citadel.
Wasn't it that when the comet went to the okay, so the comet fell in orbit between all three of where we live, the prime material, if you will, and then traveled to the Feywild and to the Shadowfell. If it
All that we know is that it gained power in the Feywild and gave some of that power to the material plane. We never figured out what it did in the Shadowfell, if it did
So does it do the opposite? I imagine everything is balanced, right? Everything requires balance. So maybe it gives power to the and takes from the Shadowfell to maintain status quo in the Shadowfell. Like if say you're like Mr. Shah or Mrs. Shah here, and you're the Queen of Shadows, and you. Indeed, Ember gives a little, or sorry, Helidus gives a little side eye to Dia when he says Queen of Shadows. When you want to maintain what you have, right? So you would maybe attempt to bring more despair and darkness.
That is something I said. It was one of the lines, by the way. So Tanner would have relayed that there is no sun, no moon, or stars in the vault of inky black sky within the Shadowfell.
Okay.
So
what
if
does
there
the
is a comet that
do?
passes through it,
yeah, the comet goes to the Shadowfell, but it's not been seen in the sky in the Shadowfell. It must be somewhere else.
Or does it become the tower when it's there and then leaves and comes back? Oh,
I have an idea.
We're listening.
What is it, Tanner?
You see Tanner physically, like, in battle with himself before he turns to Helidus and holds a hand out.
I will kind of cautiously touch Tanner's hand.
As you do, he thumbs round the ring.
Ooh.
We have a chance to have a one-up on the witch. We could find out the true location, if it even exists. We can find it. We could even potentially destroy it, restoring the Shadowfell to its former glory.
But she
Or
holds
its former
power
self.
over this. The true chance to have a wish bestowed upon is through the Afridi, Tanner. This comes with a cost. This comes with consequence.
If it's a chance to restore Raziel, then it is a chance that I am willing to take. I am not asking any of you to come with me, for I know what the Shadowfell holds and what it can do to people. I'm not going to lose all of you, but this is a quest I must.
Tanner. They can't put my fire out. No stupid shadows are gonna extinguish this torch. Especially now. I'm see, Tanner. I'm working on something here. I'll become a. I'll become a. I don't know. A potentate of flame or something, Tanner. Trust me. I'll go with you. I promise. You would come with me, I'm sure. And I'm going to need you in service, of course. I can't have you go dying in a land of darkness. That's ridiculous.
It is not something that I want to ask of you. This, I don't even know, is going to be a return journey. But if it's a chance to fulfill my duty to
This place is
Raziel,
crumbling.
Wait, you think how is finding the city gonna restore Raziel?
I think
Don't we-
destroying it will restore him. This place is the source of the shadow. And
And how do we destroy a city?
oh,
A
is it
legendary
city
city.
or a building?
Oh,
It's a
Citadel.
Citadel.
Oh, a citadel. Okay, that's going to
Citadel,
take a
okay.
few more explosions.
Yeah.
There must be a source to the power within.
The comet,
Well-
probably. I think.
Well,
It's all
there.
happened at the same time, right? She had the 7,000 years. She knew when to do this, when to enact this scheme. It was all tied into. We finished the ritual for her. She tricked us. Well, I mean, Daya needed to. I'm not. Please, Daya. I'm not saying we should have done it, but she's very clever, Daya. She
We played
makes things
into our
work for her.
hands,
Yes.
even
Yeah.
if it
She
was to
took
our
us
own
there.
benefit.
She took us there out of quote unquote the good of her own. Remember Daya? She just took us right to your people with the hut. She just transported us right there, asking nothing of us. But she laughed, Daya. She laughed. Tanner, the ring. She laughed when I used it. She knew what I was doing. The timing is key here. I spent a lot of time with the old sage in Daya's village. I learned of these timelines, these celestial. It's not happenstance. There's a pattern to all of this. It all has to happen at once. The comet has to be the answer. It has to be.
Okay.
Well, we follow the
Assuming that's true, how do we fix it? How do you?
well, hang on. Maybe
can't-
we follow the comet to the tower. Maybe it leads to the tower because the tower absorbs its magic, right? So it has to go to it to be absorbed, and then it sends it on its way to collect more magics from places. Wait. Okay, so there's two reflections, right? The Feywild. So the tower is probably all consuming, right? A place of absolute dread, and it wishes dread. I mean, I would see it as mortal enemies of the Feywilds. My apologies, Eridonis. Of course, who could possibly not want nothing but the best for your
Well,
plane of chaos?
based on what Tanner said, it's, if anything, the Citadel itself isn't a place of dread. It's more, in order for there to be a shadow, there
equal
has to
dread.
be a light,
Right,
and that
right. I
is the
misspoke.
light that's casting the shadow.
What I think, hear me out. So entropy, right? It's all consuming. This tower sounds entropic. It sounds like it would just be an entity of absolute entropy. So what it would do is to aim to destroy, right? So if it needs to destroy, but it has borders, it will always intend to extend its reach. So maybe the comet is a tool of its own that it sends out to the Feywild, to the prime material plane, to collect these energies and consume them and take it in. So
perhaps
if
to
we follow the
maintain
comet,
itself. Right?
yes, it's entropy. It burns itself up otherwise. All flame needs fuel. Trust me, I know a lot about that. If we follow the comet, perhaps it will lead us to the tower.
Sorry, Chris.
And to
this one
Raziel.
very quickly.
Oh, sorry.
Yep. Getting a bit of feedback from you, James, by the way. Just a little.
Sorry.
Just a little bit of
if
an
you
echo.
wanna, if you wanna answer through there.
Oh, on Discord.
Yeah.
All right.
My thought myself is that the ring is certainly one way of getting there, but
Yes, I think we could do that much with it for sure. And Tanner, I absolutely would be happy to use this. I want to be rid of this curse. I don't want this hanging over me anymore.
but the wish would have to be worded in the right way, which is difficult normally.
No, I just ask it to take us to the Feywild.
True, but technically,
It's just like the bed. It's a simple answer.
But technically, aren't we already in the Feywild? So wouldn't it just do nothing?
That's a very good point. So we perhaps would have to take the portal room to the material plane and then
What if we don't
If it
need
still
to?
exists.
I mean, the ring goes along with Baba Yaga's wishes. But if she wants to find the Shining City as well, won't the ring just and that's what we ask it to do? It would have no reason to corrupt the wish. It would
True.
follow the wish exactly as
But its corruption
said
of
it.
the wish, if
I
it goes
think
by her will, might
I don't think
instead-
she made it. It's crud. We'd have to ask crud.
But if she's at least aware of it and can perhaps steer it, then it's possible that if we make the wish to take us there, instead it will just take her directly there, was my thought.
You're mistaken here.
And
She doesn't
now-
control the thing. She has cursed it. She made it, but it's crud who gave it its power.
And now I think about it, if she's already had the capabilities of using a wish, then
Why wouldn't
why
she have?
hasn't she tried?
True.
Yeah. So the ring will not change based on her wishes. No pun intended. The ring is its own has its own mechanisms. It's just that she's put her own curse into it. But crud is its creator. Crud is crud makes the rules here. I think.
Tanner
Aragonus.
releases the ring and just starts pacing.
Yeah, you come out into the courtyard effectively.
Mhm.
Crud looks around if you're addressing him.
No, he's just pacing.
Oh, okay.
Is there actually a door here now, or can only Dyer see that?
Yeah, we're getting to that. There's a lot of discussion right now, but yes, the
Yeah.
pivotal moment when Daya puts that crown on is when that mirror transforms into a gateway, into a door. And
Yep.
it's just like how you see it there.
There is one way to do it that is perhaps riskier and less risky in a way. If we could, if the hut is capable of transporting there via this tesseract, if we can take control of that, we might be able to use it ourselves and stop her going. That it would mean stopping her.
I can't fight her. I saw her vaporize a foolish orc who didn't find a child of all things. Like a simple derelict of duty. Like I'm all for keeping people in line, but she is next level on that department. Vaporize with a flick of a finger, Eridonis. I don't know what we would even do.
True.
I need to. I have important things. I have destiny. I'm given a gift that few others are given. I'm very important. I would do what I can there, Adonis. But I think you're. She holds weight over.
I think Crud heard you guys talking about him. Seems getting all sloppy over here.
Hey, calm down there, Crud. Everything's okay. We're just wondering about this ring.
Let's try and speak to him. And Eridanus will walk over. Your voice is kind of... You're obviously trying to speak common, but it's not coming through very clearly. Eridanus is just...
Funnily enough, what do you speak? Let's just check your languages. Oh, okay.
Yeah, Eridanus is just going to cycle through his languages just to see if there's anywhere he can speak to Crud and understand him a bit more clearly.
Of your languages? It doesn't seem like he's talking any language you know. But when you speak in deep speech, it does reply in a manner that's similar, but not direct deep speech. It's even for Crud, it's still kind of like broken, broken language, right?
Yeah.
And some phrases don't even make sense. They're kind of vague and distorted, like a sentence, maybe like a riddle almost. But it does seem to speak in deep speech better than it does in common. Just purely like from a technical standpoint, because it's like slopping and it's like it sounds like wet mud slapping against the side of the cauldron.
Right. I'll point to the ring and say, "Did you help make that crud?"
Yes. Marvin. Yes.
Okay.
Ask what he combined to make it, because he used a ring of wishes plus something else. So maybe if we know what the something else is, James, we can know how to harness its power.
Yes. What was used to make it?
Okay. Oof.
Because we know it takes 2 items to create 1 item. Like when we created the amulet of avarice, we used gold nugget, a gold coin, plus an amulet of shielding. So, and when we created this flaming staff, which I don't know what it does yet, but we'll find out eventually.
Fallen star. Fallen star.
Fallen star.
Yes.
Golem staff?
A fallen star. As in like
Fallen star.
like a shooting star, but when it landed, so I'm guessing a piece of meteorite or something.
So why would it create a ring of wishes that just does? Oh, what the fuck does that mean? That's got what the
Hmm.
Sir Jane
was
Cam,
it,
any idea?
I have no idea what this means.
Was it just the fallen star, or was there something else, Crud?
Ring and stars. But
Okay,
she did not curse it.
she didn't curse it, was that?
Earth
You
runs
did. Why does it?
deeper.
You cursed it.
No.
Who cursed it then?
It stops for a moment, as if not hesitating, but as if unable to tell
Answer
you.
the question.
And yeah, it just stops and says,
Can't say. Can't say.
Someone powerful.
Oh
enough.
fuck!
Ah,
Some all-powerful being.
which means
It
some
gestures to
creature has.
itself, by the way, when it does this, 2 little arms like appendages, pseudopods, and it gestures to itself when it says that.
It can't say.
Oh my god, what would that be?
Um,
Some kind of ancient one or something like
it
Cthulhu?
is.
Cthulhu.
You,
Hold
you,
up.
you can't tell us its name, but does it have any titles we might perhaps know it by?
Name. Yes. It has no name. That is its name. No face. No name.
A nameless creature,
No form.
a formless creature. Can I roll some sort of check to see if I know what the hell that might be?
With disadvantage, you may.
What would it be, I guess?
Would
It would be.
Could I participate in this as well?
I'm
Since
gonna-
I'm kind
Yeah,
of
for sure. He's talking to the group after all.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this is definitely an Arcana check.
Yeah, I'm gonna
I can make
guidance
that.
myself just for the.
what's it? Control? Apply disadvantage?
It is
So that's,
disadvantage with control.
15.
It's a
Yeah.
9 for me.
That is not enough to figure out what it is, but you're getting along the right lines at least. And maybe with some more probing, you can perhaps figure it out. But you as a character, you have no idea what they're talking about.
As a possible additor, I don't know if this helps, based on the fact that it seems to understand deep speech and speaks better, but not quite, almost as if what it actually speaks is something similar, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
Ancient speech?
Is,
I don't know.
Is there, based on my knowledge, and I actually don't know this, is there a script similar to deep speech that might be?
Mm,
That I'm aware of?
perhaps, but I don't think you guys have any languages that share with deep speech.
I don't.
No. The language is that it has. Yeah, most of you know. No, and no.
Yeah.
And none of you have its actual language.
Yeah, I didn't think so. I think I might know what its actual language is, but I'm
Mhm.
not sure.
Sadly
Huh.
not.
Hmm.
But D speech is an easier dialect purely because of how it's made of crud.
Yeah.
It doesn't have much way of talking, but still, and it does seem to understand D speech. It seems to understand common D speech. There's probably a variety of languages it does know,
Yeah.
but it's easier to
okay,
talk in this
let's
language.
try this.
I could try to talk with it with a message, so it doesn't have to like.
Is it? I'm just gonna go through it. Is it a celestial creature?
I've looked through all of your languages.
No,
You don't have.
No, this is me asking Crud. Like,
Oh, you're asking it, right?
yeah, I'm trying to work out what type of creature it is.
Like a Pegasi, yeah.
Okay, it's not celestial, but based on what you are, and if it's curses, is it?
Yeah. Could be like one of them, like the ghosts.
Is it from the Underdog?
It goes where it pleases.
Okay.
It manifests wherever it will.
Oh, well, that's not good. That sounds pretty powerful.
Rats.
Hmm.
Bread. Consume.
Like
Entropy.
Like an spreads and consumes.
Power.
That almost sounds like a liquid,
Well,
like an
that's
acid.
where we're going.
I just ask it like an acid or like
If it chooses.
Interesting. Interesting. Well, I don't know how relevant that is, but it means that. Okay. Does the Baba Yaga have any influence over how the wishes work, or is that just the curse?
Just makes. Follows instructions.
And
Baba Yaga stirs.
What were the instructions?
Create a ring of face. Twice.
Now, that would suggest that if Baba Yaga requires something like crud, which is beholden to something else to make these, then she herself is beholden to this other creature in some way.
Could she be likely to enter in some kind of relation? She seems to be more of the coming out on top the deals. That's interesting, Eridonis.
It is, but I don't know if it helps us at all.
Did you say fresh? Like you've made multiples?
Don't touch those candles, Snug!
Oh, no, I'm not touching a candle.
Wait.
Yes. Three wishes twice.
Wait, 3 rings of wishes?
Yes.
Oh.
Oh my god.
Wait, what?
That's a lot of rings of wishes.
I've only seen 1. Wait.
You made 3 of these, Quid?
Yes. You are
So-
last one.
Who has the other 2?
Other one. Blue. No. Purple. Purple hornies.
Purple hornies?
Horns?
Horns?
That's what he said.
I'm gonna cast message and say, Purple what, Quid?
Purple horns.
Purple horns! Okay. Purple horns.
Yeah.
Uh-oh. Oh.
Crud, this is perhaps a weird question, but do you exist across multiple timelines at the same time? You're like aware of like multiple dimensions?
face, no form, no name, no bounds.
Huh.
The hell is this guy?
I look to the others and I'm just like, it's almost like, obviously we've seen alternate versions of ourselves, alternate timelines. I'm wondering if perhaps
I'll smile at Grizz a little bit.
in
Yeah.
another alternate timeline, if there was another group like ourselves, but perhaps completely different to ourselves, who came through and also got a ring.
Yes, purple horns.
Huh.
Ah. And
Oh, so
first
Purple
one.
Horns is one of the other characters? Someone had purple horns, like a
Yep.
tiefling or something? Okay. Ah, very clever,
Yep.
Chris.
Yeah.
Very clever.
Though
Purple
now,
horns.
though, a
First ring given to. Yes, Baba Yaga has first. Purple horn second. Fiery man third.
I wonder, is it?
Third time's the charm, crud.
Is it? Do you know this shooting star? Do you know where that shooting star was found?
No.
It's a stretch, but I'm wondering if. No,
I think it's the
because-
comet for sure. Something
Yeah.
to do with the comet.
I'm wondering
maybe-
if maybe fragments of it have fallen off
Yeah.
at times.
Yeah.
Brad used to be shooting star.
What?
What? What?
Yes. Long time ago.
That's a revelation. I don't
Now
know.
Crud is formless. Boundless.
But not nameless.
Now Crud has name.
Red.
Crud used to have name. Crud had many names.
What
Yeah.
are some other names?
Mm.
Crap.
Mm.
Seems to think for a moment, as if recalling another life, past life perhaps. And see.
Yes. Powder. Tincture. Materia prima.
Okay, can I roll an Arcana
Fury,
check on that?
Yes, you can.
And
Oh.
I'm guessing that can be flat. I'm going to guidance myself again.
I will partake as well, I guess.
17.
17.
So,
The other, some of the
apparently,
others,
you're better at Arcana checks than me, goddammit.
Only
The first
because
two-
of my superpower at the moment.
the first two sounded like nicknames. And as you're going back through them, like if he was a star, before that it was like a tincture, or then before that it was a powder. Maybe he's gonna go in order of what he was and has been turned into.
Yeah.
But when he exclaims the last one, perhaps one of his more primal forms, being that he said materia prima, it's a well-known quest, a well-known legend, way, way, way back, that there was a powerful material that encompassed all kinds of alchemical properties. A substance that could turn ordinary metals such as iron, tin, lead, and zinc into precious metals like gold and silver. It had the ability to alter, through powerful transmutation, any substance into another.
And you changed from that to what you are now to via this curse from this nameless one.
Yes.
A powerful entity indeed. If you were what you said you were, unable to be corrupted like that. Huh.
Corrupted or enhanced, Eridonis. Look at the things he's made.
Yes, but what he was before, I was
A green
essentially-
lion.
The what?
He keeps on reeling off of names. Just he's had a lot of names by the sounds.
Would be the ultimate symbol of transmutation. But enhanced, perhaps, able to do more, but at a price. Almost. Because all transmutation normally has a price, but this item, legendary items, meant to bypass that, but perhaps by adding a price back on these curses, it's gone to a higher stage. But as for... I don't see how any of that helps us, though it does mean that at least that the item shouldn't benefit Baba Yaga, providing it's worded
Yeah, we can
correctly.
use it. We can use it knowing she's not going to mess with us now. That's good.
But
Yeah.
this creature that cursed it, whatever it is, via Crud,
Vitriol.
we don't know if
Lapis
Another-
occultus.
it'd be if it would benefit that creature or not, and considering how powerful it seems.
Divine quintessence.
Fine.
Well,
Can you ask where the creature came from?
where
what it was?
where did the creature originate?
Which in reference to what?
The one that corrupted it, I guess.
Oh,
It has always existed. Before man. Before you.
Well, that's not hard. I'm not very old, but
Before the idea of man. Before humanoid kind.
I'm beginning to go back to your idea. I'm beginning to believe more and more your idea of entropy. Hell,
As ancient as the Titans.
No, it seems
Older than that, even.
it
Yeah.
seems older than that.
Chaos itself.
It's almost like, as you said, entropy, the stuff from which all things flowed and to which all things will return.
Yeah.
Things came
Yeah.
from nothing and will return to nothing, I guess. But
I don't like it much. Too chaotic for me.
well,
But if it's the rules of the way things are, I guess. I don't know.
If it's a pattern, whilst it might seem chaotic at first, if it's a pattern, then there is law within that chaos. In order
Absolutely,
to chaos.
Eridonis. Absolutely, you're beginning to understand. I'm impressed.
Yes. But
Sorry,
again, it still doesn't benefit us.
Well, you don't know that, Eridonis.
Well,
I was
unless-
also
More
called
might
Adam.
benefit the Baba Yaga. What was that? Sorry, Cred?
I was also called Adam.
Oh, Adam. That's a good name, Cred.
Yeah, just
Uh,
Adam.
You'll find with that name. Well, I'm not going to make that joke. Yeah. Whole section of society will come to worship your delicate ribs.
yeah, could say,
Phineas Ignatz.
could say that was the name he was on the eve of Crud.
I will actually back away with Eridonis as Crud is going on. Thanks for this. One more time, Crud. We probably won't see each other again, but I'll hold the staff up. It looks really nice. I'm curious to get to know it.
Yeah,
Take care, friend.
yeah,
Keep on cauldroning.
yeah. Eridonis.
Ovum philosophorum.
Okay. Eridonis looks to the big clay golem a moment and be like, not sure if you're aware, big clay guy, but, and not sure if you control it, Crud, but, the hut seems to be collapsing, so I don't know if there's a way you can get out of here and take them to where...
Don't worry, that's a golem.
I was more
Yeah, the
thinking...
The golem does heave the cauldron up into its arms and is in a state of carrying it.
You're welcome to follow us, I guess. I mean, then we've got a cool corrupting thing, I guess, for
Yeah,
combining items.
I mean,
way, Ember.
no. Crowd not like down there.
Down
Crowd
here.
not get on with Tesseract.
Oh. I wonder what would happen if the Tesseract got put into you. Has anyone tried that before?
Well, it might not be big enough or small enough.
God, please don't break my game. Yeah, no idea. Like even out of game, I have no idea what that would do.
Let's do it.
Yep. New quest. Put the
love that.
Tesseract into crud.
I love that reaction. Please don't break my game.
There comes a point where every DM is tested. I think we finally just broke Chris.
Has anyone got it, by the way? Yeah, what the hell crud is or slash
Oh, yeah.
was?
Oh yeah, that was.
I mean, I know you have, but what about the others?
My only guess is like, there's warlock patrons, and there's like 3 of them, like a celestial and a fiend, and then there's like the ancient one or whatever. That's my only guess.
3 things at play. There is crud. He's saying he used to be something like a shooting star, and then there's something that cursed him and has become one with, is bonded to now. There's that entity, and then there's Baba Yaga, I guess, is a third. But yeah, you've got 2 things at play. He used to be something, and he had many names, but now he's become crud. He's bonded with something else and become something new. But crud
Right.
himself, he said it once, the ovum philosophorum. I'm surprised Dyer isn't picking up on it. You're quite good with your mythological lore, but
The ovum philosoph. Sarah Jane.
I mean, it sounds like the Philosopher's Stone.
Ding, ta-da! You got,
Yeah.
you got it. It is.
He's the Philosopher's Stone.
Yeah.
He was
Wow. Okay.
Oh.
Oh my God. Okay.
before this entity corrupted it,
Yeah.
and now turned it into this.
Like I said, it's quite a powerful thing to be able to corrupt the Philosopher's Stone or
Yep.
change the ultimate symbol of transmutation to
Mm-hmm.
a living entity. Though, depending on your beliefs on how the Philosopher's Stone made, and considering he said Adam, like he may have been a living entity before and then became the stone and then became a living entity again, almost in a cycle, I guess. But
I need
Well,
Sarah Jane's brain.
the stone was supposed to do 2 things, like A, transform any material into gold, and B, give you eternal life.
yeah,
Yeah.
So that would certainly explain how he could be Adam, how he could be
Hmm.
all these different things, the Ethereum, whatever it is.
yeah,
Yeah. Lattice.
we've got like a little round table to stand and discuss this round.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Anyways,
anyway,
there's
yeah,
a strange
so,
portal here.
there is. So going right back to that pivotal moment when Dyer, you place the crown upon your head, there is that weight of owing something, a partnership, and an inseparable bond between you, Baba Yaga, and a third party, but that seems to be not at the forefront of your mind. Right now, you feel the payment is due, and the sense of drawing towards this door, it's almost overpowering to the point where I'm not even going to let you roll the wisdom save. You put the crown on willingly, and it's calling to you. This gateway that opens up, the reflection dissipates and reveals a set of steps. They are outlined in kind of like a neon glow, and all around you there's this dark space. But at the very bottom of the stairs, you can see a light that is spinning, but it's too far off to make a shape or what's causing the light.
Okay.
And actually, Dad, you can see what's around the dark void if you give me a perception check, because you can go up to the door frame itself and look like around it, like around the corner.
Yeah.
Yeah, which So the stairs kind of descend down, but as you peek around and look up and around to where the walls would be that connect to this door frame, you can see this singular room, and all around in the distance there are walls and ceilings that are folding and collapsing in, and it looks like almost all but this room has seemingly gone, like collapsed. You can see perhaps basic outlines and like a net of where things were once, but the rooms themselves have all collapsed in on themselves. You can just see this room from the inside out. Like you can see through the walls into this one chamber left.
This room is in Baba Yaga's chamber.
Yes, correct. Yeah.
Okay.
No one's tried opening up the other doors, but I guess the door that was still open beyond, you could look back and see where the astral hall once was, is now this just dark void of nothingness.
It's all gone except this chamber. Then,
It has indeed.
wow, that's pretty final.
When if she looks around back towards the others,
only
towards
way to
the rest of
go.
the room, while she's looking at the crown, does she see anything? Like, is she giving her any extra perception or extra? Um, I don't know. Could she see anything other than normal when she's wearing the crown?
She doesn't see anything extra, but you do feel a sense of belonging, and I would say that you don't fear this place or have any confusions about what you need to do.
Hmm.
There is only one path before you, and those steps
What the?
those steps call to you. There is something that you owe Baba Yaga. It just overwhelmingly, like there's a debt to be paid almost.
You okay, Dia? Yeah. Awfully quiet over there. You look mesmerized.
I'm fine. I just
Did you hear all that from Crud?
yeah, whatever nonsense. I don't have time for this. And she'll take a step towards the mirror.
Oh,
Okay. Dia steps through the mirror. And
Yep.
for the first
what the
time,
fuck?
quite literally steps out of bounds.
Holy fuck!
Aerodana shrugs and goes, why not?
All right.
Follows.
Good
we
wisdom
don't-
saving against that one. Ah.
Whoa, stop!
Are we able
Tanner,
to
where are you
go through?
going?
You can. Each of you are able to step through this gateway. Every time you do, you sense a slight ripple,
With
and
one
you
weakness
notice
to
the
giant
step
number
that she.
14.
Yeah, see the signs. You can see the numbers around the wall. Emberborn does follow through as well. Snow's like, uh, I'll look out for you guys.
It's very dusty out here, Snug. If you want to come dust, there's all these
Keep it
numbers
clean,
everywhere.
Snug.
We'll see. These steps that you place your feet on seem to bob up and down for a moment, like they're almost like they're keys of a piano. It's got that same sort of like suspension to them.
We're in the
And
space between the.
I
yep.
don't know. I don't know. Can
After
I
a
move? I
minute
don't
or
think I can move.
so, though, passing through them, oh my god, there's all sorts back here. You start to
Ooh.
step down the stairs.
Giant
Hello.
Helena.
It
Woo.
is giant Eleanor, yeah.
Look away,
With
Emma.
a
It's
weird,
horrible.
creepy cherub statue.
All your wishes just came true at once. Oh, look, there's a bubble. Hi, bubble.
Larger than life.
Ah, we're in
There is. There
heaven.
seems to be a bubble that's like maybe escaped the collapse of the what's it called? The bathhouse, of
I
course.
missed that place already. It's too bad.
There's another snag that's just floating here in space, like
Oh, wait a minute.
Brain
What
rat.
if there's? Maybe that's
there
why
is a
Snurg's
cranium
always
rat.
there, because maybe there's like multiple Snurgs.
Oh, there
Because
is also indeed
that
a
one was
cranium
named
rat.
Snurg with an extra H.
Oh, very well pointed out.
Ugh.
Chris is like, fuck, it's become canon.
Yeah, not to notice things, but stepping
Yeah,
outside the
little
hut is a very
Ogle.
a very strange sensation. You can still see bubbles from the bathhouse like floating around in the void. You can still see leaves from the lakeland that were just kind of drifting around that didn't get perhaps all completely folded up, or perhaps just squeezed between the gaps of the collapse. And weirdly enough, the lakeland is this bizarre kind of mirrored
Oh, it's unread yet.
circular dimension.
Yeah, we forgot
Where is
Grizz.
it down here?
No, Grizz is on
There's
top
blood.
of Emberborn.
Okay.
Somehow. The
That's-
big
Well, there's
guy.
that little
Fuck is that?
goblin guy.
It's enough sightseeing, right? Take you to the actual bottom of the
Immortal
stairs.
The
coil.
immortal coil.
What?
You
What does
shouldn't be
that
able to see
mean?
anything, right?
I can
No,
see
I can
a
see the entire
flaming
map,
skull.
including other characters.
Oh no! Okay, well, ignore that for now. And let
bar.
me just configure it. Avert your eyes.
Averting.
There we go.
Oh no,
That's
now we
better.
can see. Hold on, no, that's even worse for me because I can see
Oh, you can
all
see
of.
some characters.
No, I
Yeah, I
can
don't know
see
which ones you've got
everything.
control of. Let me
Uh,
just get rid of them.
Hi, Estelia.
Okay. I had to worry that would happen. I don't know which ones you've got control of.
I don't really know what any of it was, anyways, Chris. So don't worry too much.
That's fine.
Apparently I
It's-
have control of the tan.
That's one. Okay, that's the one.
I have
That's
control
the
over
culprit.
apparently all of that party apart from Llewellyn.
Interesting.
I have control of Tanner for some reason.
Oh yeah, we all have control of each other because we can see each other's stat sheets that way.
All right, so
Some weird-looking
Oh,
guy
fuck.
here.
yeah, don't worry about them. They're not here. They are there, but I'll explain when I get to the bottom. So, stepping upon each step, kind of going down further and further, you eventually start to see the light and what it belongs to. This great spinning cube is the source of all of this. And as you get closer, this cube begins to slow down, and a similar kind of mirror-like entryway appears at the side of the cube. And as you look back the way you came, all the steps that you've trod upon have slowly dissipated and faded away. This is what feels like a point of no return. As you step through final doorway, you enter into it is a square-like chamber, but in the center is a triangle, and in the center of that are circular patterns, and all these shapes kind of interlocking. But it's as you step through that that threshold is when you suddenly feel like the walls around you change to reflect the actual interior of the room that you're standing in. In other words, everything becomes a double mirror. If you look back the way you came, that doorway turns into a mirror the size of the entire wall.
We're stuck.
And as you look into the distance, it creates a repeating pattern. So it effectively creates an infinite amount of reflections. Except in them, you don't see yourselves. You see something else entirely. You see another party of adventurers, but some of
The
them you
fourth
recognize, some of them
fucking
not
wall.
quite. There's a image of Orin, which you do know who he is. You know Jack, and you can see Datan, the guard, and there's a couple of faces you recognize, and some perhaps you don't. There's Laughter, who's the herbalist.
What the hell is she doing here?
They are in, so
What's
they are
going on?
in that wall, like on this side, or like the north side here, in the wall. Oh, well, it's a reflection, of course. But in that reflection, they don't seem to hear your call, Elidus. As you call out to them, there's no response, but you can see a silent image playing out where they seem to be confronting a charming, beautiful-looking woman, but she has a staff in one hand and kind of like a wry smile across her face. In the image, you do see Eleanor and Natasha. It's not Natasha; it's someone else entirely.
Huh?
But they seem to be confronting her, and it's not long before battle ensues, and they start flinging spells
They're
straight
attacking
at this woman.
the
Are
two
we
young
watching
witches.
this happen?
Wait,
They
what?
they are attacking this one beautiful. In fact, let me just grab an image on it so you can see.
They're attacking Natasha and Natasha's back in
No,
this.
not her. They're attacking not Natasha. No, they seem to be trying to free Eleanor, but
Okay,
they are attacking this other
someone
woman.
out.
Or they're
It's in
attacking
charge.
the younger version of Baba Yaga, maybe. Like how witches can
Oh,
always have that younger version. They're always like in disguise as the younger version of as themselves.
Or perhaps
They're
That
always
would
an old woman disguised as a young woman.
what is going on? Some kind of crazy paradox here.
that is a
parallel
that is a
universes.
fair.
It's the literal breaking of the fourth wall.
Oh yeah, here she is.
My
I'm
brain is
so
gonna die.
confused right now. I don't understand anything of what's going on.
I think Chris is being like Mr. Super Clever here. He's like, I'm breaking the fourth wall, but quite literally.
Yeah, that's the woman you see
Who's
that they're
she?
confronting. You have no idea who she is. You've never seen her before, but that's playing out in the top reflection, like to the north.
What?
To the south, it's something totally different.
Oh, wait, what?
Mother, Tanner says.
Mm.
Whoa. Reveal.
To the south, you see a purple
Looks-
horned tiefling. You see a Yuan-Ti with a masquerade mask, and you see a red skinned dragonborn. And they are also doing battle with Baba Yaga. They're in the south reflection. And
Yuan T?
yes, a Yuan-Ti. So a snake like there's even snakes draped around her neck as well. She and these three suddenly seem to be running towards this cube in the center of the room. As they reach it, it kind of encompasses them, and they are all yanked inside, and they are pulled away. But that's something else entirely
It's
playing
gone?
out. Mm-hmm. They just get yanked into something. But
Whoa, okay.
as you draw your attention to what that something could be, there actually is something spinning in the center of this room, and it is giving off the light which you once were drawn to. And it is a cube, roughly 5 foot on each side. And if you've still got the detect magic going, you sense a great amount of conjuration. Like it's not like it's a massive oozing amount. It's an incredibly concentrated, dense amount. Like it's all
I'm
pressurized.
imagining like because obviously it's seeing like colors, so I'm imagining like the school of magic is like such a bright, vibrant shade of that color. It's almost blinding because it's just so focused. It's just like ow,
Precisely.
get it, ow.
Yeah,
Eridanis
it
says-
it probably hurts to look at with the tech magic at this point.
yeah, Eridanis drops the detect magic, just like nope.
Oh man. And lastly, the actual people inside this chamber consists of one Baba Yaga standing on this spherical kind of platform. She is sort of center in the triangle. You guys have entered from the left side here. And on the right hand side, you see another spherical platform. This one has Eleanor, and she seems to be encased in some kind of dome of like a magical force field. And she seems to be in the process of concentrating and casting on something, but there's like a bead of sweat just running down her forehead. It's probably taking a quite amount of concentration and effort to do this.
No signs of Senrith?
There is actually, now that you mention it, in one of the reflections, you see Senrith is standing where Eleanor is. Night is standing where Baba Yaga is.
Whoa.
And on this third platform, you see Dawn. And all three of them seem to be channeling something.
The fuck?
When you say they're in the reflections,
Yes.
so they're not really there.
They don't seem, you don't hear them.
Hmm.
And it looks like the same room, but you can definitely tell it's a mirrored wall. the reflection is not of you. It is of something else entirely different. And it's hard to see what's beyond their reflection, because inside their chamber, they too have another set of 6 faces in their cube. And the reflections playing out of their reflection in going on
There's-
until infinity.
6 total reflections.
There is. Well, actually, I guess there would be 5 because the
Because
floor
then
is not.
our
Yeah,
Yeah.
the floor is
Our-
not giving a reflection.
But the
Our current reality.
The floor also wouldn't go to infinity either, I suppose, because it wouldn't be able to reflect off of itself.
Yeah, that's true. Which means the ceiling, I guess, would also not have one. So, yeah, you're dealing with 4 reflections going on to infinity. Just the walls.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Whoa,
And
my
if you
brain.
look behind you, you see there is another reflection, but it's kind of a blurry one, but it does look like you guys. Out of everything here, this one behind you does look the most similar. But they seem to be perhaps still coming down the stairs. They're still entering in. They're like behind you guys, whereas the other ones seem to be in various states ahead of you. Baba Yaga finally turns to you and addresses everyone.
Ah, welcome. I've been expecting you. Now, don't keep Eleanor waiting any longer.
What the fuck
Who is she
going
talking
on
to?
She
Dai looks
seems to
around
be-
and everyone going like, "Do you
Her eyes are actually
She's
locked
talking
on
to you?
yours.
Yeah.
me?"
Yes.
Aridanis just goes, "Hi, Eleanor. Sorry to keep you waiting." Having no idea. He's just sort of going along with
Hesitantly
it.
gives a little wave, but you can see there's a look of confusion on her face right now. And
Like, what are they doing here? Kind of.
yeah, and also just not knowing really truly perhaps what is going on.
Is anybody else
Now,
wearing a crown?
No, they are not. Just you.
Hmm. Interesting. Okay.
Who killed Zan Fury? He was in my service.
I did not kill. What? Preposterous.
No!
I'm guessing Knight did in order to bring you Eleanor.
Hmm.
I ordered Knight to bring Eleanor. I didn't said nothing of the sort about killing anyone.
Yeah.
You killed a servant of mine. You owe me.
Hmm. Maybe Knight does. But I certainly don't.
He's under your servitude, and Zankiri was under mine. Contracted out with 200 platinum a day. Actually, 120. I got him a pretty good deal, but that's not the point. You took something from me, and now you owe me.
This is not pressing. If you feel like you need something, I can compensate you later. Right now, I'm busy. Our
Ember
little
snarls.
vacation is about to begin. Now, Taya, places.
It's not going anywhere.
Do I feel any draw to obey her, or do I still have my own mind?
You absolutely feel a compulsion, but if you wish to try and resist, you can give me a wisdom saving throw, but with disadvantage.
Okay. I would like to resist. How do I do disadvantage?
Control.
Hold down
click.
control.
Control. Okay.
Yeah. That is not
16?
enough. Yep. You feel like you've got a strong sense of will and mind, but this compulsion, as soon as she kind of claps her hands, you see where your destiny lies. You see your
Yeah.
place is to stand clearly within this triangle of power. Whatever this means, it seems to be your calling. And Daya immediately takes 5
Whoa!
steps forward.
No, stop! What are you doing? Stop!
It's okay.
Stop!
Oh,
I was
Don't
made
go
to
in
be
there.
made to obey a destiny. That's why I'm here.
What?
The purpose of my whole life has been
What the hell is she
to
talking
serve
about?
someone else's fate.
what are you talking about?
This is right.
Aridanis considers this. I think
You all saw the vision, didn't you?
I didn't.
Oh, yes. The outlier, the wild card, the unforeseen star.
Yeah, I'll take that as a title. I kind of like that. The Unforeseen Star. It's a cool
That's a
name.
good name. Yeah.
Well,
Hmm.
I'm sure you have a part to play in all this, but I'm just not quite sure what it is. But you have your choice. You may either sit and enjoy the show, and everything will go by peacefully. No harm will come to Eleanor or Dyer or yourselves. Or we can do things the hard way.
Insight check.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I will also roll that insight. See if I can get anything.
Yes, thank you.
Yeah. Erdonis, you
Strokes the
sense.
ginger beard.
Oh, that's
Because I'm
okay.
not sure if that one faded or not. I can't remember.
Probably faded by now, yeah.
But my superpower hasn't, which is great.
No, it has not. The words ring in your mind, and it's interesting that you have been dubbed this wild card, this unforeseen star. She actually is truly seeing you as sort of an enigma in this. She didn't have a plan for your entrance here. In all of her crystal balls or
Oh, she
visions,
did. She...
Eridanus was never part of the grand design. So your unpredictability is a great advantage in this situation. However, she does seem to be telling the truth, perhaps, about what she just said. That if you do not interfere, no harm will come.
Okay. So Eridanus considers this, and it's like, right. Just out of curiosity, as we've been trying to put this together for a while, what exactly are you trying to do? We're all here now. You're kind of in the middle of it. I kind of feel like that won't hurt you if you explain.
Oh, I told you once already. When we all had dinner together.
Yeah, she
We
went to
all
go
had a
see
nice
new
meal.
stars, but I was kind of curious if there was something more than that.
I expressed that I wished to go on a little holiday and take my favorite daughters with me.
Looks at Dyer for a moment. Okay. Didn't realize she'd been adopted, but okay.
She's not yours to take. She's an ally of mine. You've already taken enough from me, as I explained prior.
And Dyer doesn't want to go, and you can't force her to.
No, but she does need to help me in getting there. She's sort of like the designated driver.
It's okay, Tanner. I did come to the hut to know what my fate was and how I was supposed to serve, and this is it. The comet was just one step to that. There was more to it. I just couldn't see it at the time.
Are you?
Can I-
This sounds insane.
Can I insight Dyer?
Yeah, you can.
I guess I'll help. I'll help
Yeah,
with that.
You can
check.
give advantage.
Okay.
Yeah, Helidus is right up against the dome.
There
The
we go.
Dyer is there, and Helidus. So Tan is like listening, but Helidus has got a right close vision. You can see the eyes of Dyer's. Yeah, they're like the whites of her eyes have gone the same color as those dark opals within the crown, and you notice that.
No. Sorcery point, subtle spell, message. Point at Tanner and tell him exactly what I just saw. She's under control. It's a curse, Tanner. It's a
And
curse.
Tanner's going to beeline for Dyer.
Okay. Oh no! Aviaga sees you running there, and well,
Counter spell.
yeah, it's gonna be. You can see Baba Yaga immediately begins casting a spell to stop you from getting to Dyer. And I mean, at this point, we have the call for initiative, or just give me a wisdom. In fact, just give me a wisdom save to begin with. She's casting a spell. Everyone can start to see
Plus
this.
6.
Plus 6. So what are they? A total of 16.
18 total.
Oh wow!
Can,
Oh shit! No.
that-
Hang on, deck saves.
Oh,
I'm thinking deck
hang on,
saves.
wait,
I'm
what?
thinking deck saves. Only a +3, so that is a
15.
15.
Yeah,
Sorry,
I'm
my
not gonna-
apologies.
15
Sorry, my
not-
apologies.
and she holds you in place with a hold person, and you can see that she's just suddenly pulled out a set of sewing needles, and she just immediately stitches together a small little stick figure of Tana. And
Yes, I know you want to be a hero, but
Oh, and I can't talk because it's hold person.
you're kind of like paralyzed in place, but you can.
Oh, can I
You
still
sort of
do
like-
things?
I think paralyzed. You're
You're basically
unable to.
incapacitated, so you can't do much of anything.
No, it's stunned where you can speak falteringly, but paralyzed is like full
well,
on. Yeah, you can't even speak. No, you're right. You're stuck.
Bruh.
So
Well,
Fabio
at least
got Tana in a bind and says,
no more heroics. Just let me do my thing.
well, I'm not interested in heroics, but there's jurisprudence and process to all these things. At the very least, we are entitled to know what is being conducted here. Where is this holiday, and what will be a result of this ritual? Should you offer terms, we need to know of the terms in order to accept them or not.
Oh. Well, I suppose I can tell you where, but knowing means that you'll be less fond of the idea.
Yeah, that's everything on the table. That's how bargaining works. And you owe me.
And speaking
You-
of, I'm assuming you've seen what's on the table already. I'm taking my daughters to the Shadowfell. A plane of bleak and dark existence. I know, not an ideal holiday situation, but it's about the, it's not about the journey for me, it's about the destination.
Can we come?
"What'd you say?"
Can we come? And then, as well, I'll consider the life
no,
of
no,
my
no.
servant that you took repaid. Should we?
You're not invited, no.
Well, I did not trying to get an invitation here. I'm trying to, make a deal. I want to go to the Shadowfell, and I want us to be brought along for the ride.
You would sort of spoil the idea of paradise in my head.
Oh.
No offense.
Much taken, but regardless, you took from me, mother of bones. You took a servant of mine. That comes with a cost.
We
You
all
owe
know
me.
this isn't about your servant. You want to be with Eleanor, don't you?
DM's calling you out right now.
I've seen
Amber
you
just
eye my
stammers.
daughter.
Well, she's beautiful like her mother. What can I say? But it, yeah.
Don't flatter yourself. Eleanor would never be with the likes of you. I have much greater things in store for her.
You wretched hag!
I see you've stolen my phoenix as well, and yet you come in here boasting about how
It's
I
not yours.
owe you
Born of
something.
my own flame.
Mm. Huh.
You were
That-
gonna throw it away anyways, like you did the rest of the hut. Like you did the rest of those that served you. You're a horrible leader. A wretched mother. Look what you do to your children. One of them doesn't even love you.
You see her gritting her iron teeth.
Any
Hey.
more words from you? And I'll
I've got
have
plenty.
the F-bombs take you out.
I've got parents of my own that don't know what good they have in their children. You haven't the slightest clue.
You know, for a Fire Genasi, yes. You really do boil my blood, and it's getting to the point where I might have to enact our own pact. Do you remember?
And she holds up her palm.
We still have a deal, Helidus. Back down.
Tanner's eyes twitch towards Helidus.
Oh yeah, you can make another wisdom save easily at this point.
Oh, sweet, thank you.
Grizz is also a little bit stunned as to what to do.
I promise you greatness, Helidus. Just wait your turn. Or have you changed your ambitions?
No, I will certainly have people see me for my ancestry, for the gifts that I've been given to rise to my proper stature. I don't know. In the city of Gaidea, a place I'm quite fond of. But that's beside the point here.
Then take off the rose-tinted goggles and focus yourself.
Well, every king needs a queen. Your daughter would be a perfect suitor. You criticize me.
In your haze state, you see Tanner rolling his eyes in his frozen state.
Queen? Did you say queen? I thought it would be a fleeting romance, but you're actually serious about this. This is worse than I thought.
I don't know. These things come in time, of course. You never know what the future holds. Well, probably nothing after you're done this bullshit, but
Always. You can't even comprehend the future that I promised Elena.
I'm sure it's horrible if you're sending her to the Shadowfell.
I knew you'd get the wrong idea.
Is there a particular place in the Shadowfell you're intending to go that is less bleak?
Yes, but it's not one place I'd like to share.
Well, I'm coming too.
No,
Hold up
you're
my
not.
ring.
You can't stop me.
I can, and I will. I've already stopped Tanner. It'll be easier. In fact, I'm taking a little bit of a breather from the ritual, but if you could tell Tanner to step away, it'd be easier for me to complete it without him running in like a... like a paladin.
Daya's our friend and ally, and she has debts to us. You can't just take her away. We have
She's an
debts to
ally
her.
of mine as well, and I've helped
Since
her
when?
greatly. Since she entered the hut. Since she asked for a favor.
You take more than you were given. There's no balance in this. It's chaos. It's anarchy.
There are rules.
Not a
I need
fair
not
deal.
explain. Fair deal? She got to return magic to her people. Restore hope.
And you exploited
Alone.
that. You used it for your own gain. A clever play, I must add, but we all know that's not fair. There's no balance in that.
Deals need not be balanced. It's about
Well,
supply and demand. I have tons of magical artifacts. The Elsewhere flask is one of them. And she wanted it desperately. Cost here is nothing. She's getting the better bargain. Isn't that right?
He's right, Helidus. It's just because I didn't understand the deal doesn't mean that it wasn't a deal. I needed
Kaya,
help
you would never.
finding my purpose, restoring magic, and finding my fate. This is part of it.
You're
I
not a
offered it
fool.
willingly.
You may not be as studious or learn the things that I've learned, but you're no fool. You don't get tricked. This is not you.
You know this isn't her, and you know that Dia's already confronted Baba Yaga about this at the dining table when she said that was all happenstance. Like, you actually didn't do anything for me. I accomplished it of my own accord. Like, Baba Yaga is clearly manipulating this situation to get her to believe she owes her.
Yeah, she doesn't know where this. This is too much.
Cruz is also piping up a little bit here, and he says, "I don't like this." What Aradata said, we need to know more. You can't just be doing all this in secret. It's shady.
Very shady.
Well, that's my own selfish behavior, I guess.
Yeah.
But I really don't want to share this vacation with anyone. It's sort of a family thing, you know. It's you being rude, trying to butt in on it. Really, that's
Are
all
you
I'm
trying to adopt Daya into your family?
Well, can
Daya is stand-in.
Can Helidus be Eleanor's +1 and I'll be Dia's? Or Tanner be Dia's? I don't know. How about at least a couple of us get to go? I want to go see these new stars because they haven't been mapped before, and I kind of want to do that.
Oh, there's no stars on the Shadowfell, my dear.
I thought there might be in this place you want to go. Like maybe that's where all the stars ended up.
No, stars tend to die in the Shadowfell.
Doesn't sound a good place for
Ooh.
me to go.
That sounds
No.
terrifying, James.
Yeah.
The brightest ones burn the fastest.
Well,
Well, we don't want to go to your tower. We're going to help an old friend of Tanner's. We're later, since I'll return the favor. Since you were honest with us, we'll be a little honest with you.
wait, before you say what I think you're going to say, Helidus. Baba Yaga.
Eri fucking knows anyways, Eri. She knows everything.
How would you like to make a deal?
With me?
For
I'm
information
listening.
which I believe you would want.
Very wise. Much wiser than Ember, you know that?
Yep, I've got maxed out wisdom at the moment. And if Chris would have allowed me whilst this conversation is going on, Eridanus would have chugged the potion of stone giant strength and just boosted them all for this.
Oh god. Before that happens, Tanner, make another wisdom save.
I was going to ask if Cam can make a save.
And then, no, still on that. Wait, 16?
16?
Right?
Can
16.
I add a couple of points of Ben luck to that?
You can, yes.
I'll roll one. I'm going to spend 2 sorcery points to roll 1d4 to modify that to make it a 19?
19.
Down to 6 sorcery points.
Hold on, where is it?
That's probably not even enough, man. She probably has some
19
monstrous DC.
is not enough.
Fucking hell.
There is a tremendous power holding Tanner, and yet she doesn't seem to be putting all that much effort into it. She's just sort of talking, brazenly about these circumstances, whilst holding Tanner, a paladin who's proficient in these types of things, with a divine aura at bay, and it's incredible just how little effort it takes her. You need to at least roll above a 10 on that, by the looks. 19 doesn't cut it. Eridanus, what's this deal? She steeples her long, gangly fingers and looks at you. Sharp eyes.
You said die as a replacement. What if
a stand-in? Yeah.
What if
for Natasha, I assume.
Yes. What if we were to provide you with the location of Natasha? What would that be worth?
Time is of the essence. As much as I would appreciate reconsoling with my daughter, she is as hard to find as, an ideal holiday location. But the timing is a little bit off. I need to do this now.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, speaking of, we're gonna wrap it up.
Yeah.
And as she says now, you see Daya turn, and suddenly her body is racked with arcane energies, and it
Oh,
swirls
God.
around her
Uh-uh.
and
Oof.
pours into this triangular ritual
fuck?
site in the center. Eleanor's like, lets out like a pained grunt as it takes another concerted effort to try and hold this spell together. And she says, now, if you don't mind,
Hmm.
negotiations will have to end here.
I was
Stand back.
I
This is
was-
your last warning.
I was hoping that things could work out, but it seems not. And I point at her and cast Hold Person.
Oh.
Oh, the
What
old
the-
no you.
And also, on that note, Tanner, make one more wisdom save.
Come on, natural
It's
20.
not-
22, let's go.
That is
That's-
actually
wait.
enough, though.
25.
It's in that moment when Baba Yaga sees you casting a spell, and she's turned her attention to casting into the ritual, and in that lapse of diversion, now, Tanner, you are just able to break out, and there's this little flash of divine energy that bursts free and even disintegrates the little strings that she's sewn together of Tanner. And that is where we're going to end tonight's session, because I know
Oh,
there's going to
God.
be a call for combat next time. Oh man, yeah,
Shit's time.
this is going to be good. Can't wait.
Oh, man.
Boy,
I...
the battle is about to go down.
What the...
Oh, fucking
Yeah,
boy.
can't wait. This is the big the big fight, the BBEG.
The moment we've
Um,
all been waiting for.
Yeah,
But I...
can't wait. All right, well, we're going to sign off here. Thank you very much for watching. We'll be live again next week on Sunday. And also, check in on Friday. I think we're going to resume the Claude Coast campaign. So stay tuned
Yeah.
for Roll for Story on Friday.
Alright.
Roll for story!
And then on the
Yes.
Monday after that, which is the 10th, join us for What Lies Beneath.
What lies beneath? Dun dun dun.
Mm.
Dun dun.
Alright.
All right. Take care. Bye-bye.
Wow.
Bye.
Adios.